Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. We've got Brad behind the scenes, touching all the buttons, and we got a banger best of 5 ahead of us for one more spot in the upper bracket finals. Will it be Top Esports, the domestic kings, it feels like, versus Weibo Gaming? A little bit of a surprise story after that last series.
Yeah, Weibo, you know, regular season doesn't matter, all about playoffs. And for Top Esports fans, they wish that playoff performances would really line up with some of the regular seasons they've seen from their team, or maybe international performances line up with some of the domestic performances we've seen from Top Esports as well. But one question's this. Winner of this, they make top 3 for LPL in this split and get themselves a lot of championship points secured to fight for that regional gauntlet if they need it. Also, just 2 best of 5 wins away after a win today from locking in that LPL trophy and also locking in that spot at Worlds. So a lot on the line today, Lennon.
There is a lot on the line. Let's go ahead and bring up that bracket here and show off a little bit of where we've come from. We've had at least a couple 5 gamers. We haven't had as many maybe as I would like, but last night we ended up seeing a little bit of a banger between Billy and Invictus Gaming. If you're a Billy fan, I think if you're an IG fan, you're a little bit sad. But we have seen now a little bit of that movement through that upper bracket, and the fact that we're so close to getting to those finals is so insane to me.
Yeah, again, the LPL, we have a ballistic schedule here. It's been so many games for so many days straight. We had games every day on this channel for over a month. We get a couple breaks with playoffs sneaking in. But the action, again, no breaks to that, as the stakes just get bigger and bigger. And with the stakes growing, Weibo has been the team early on that has been up to the task, because they did something against Anyone's Legends that they had not done since week 2 of the regular season. That has beat someone above them in the standings of the LPL. So we'll see if they can do it again tonight against Top Esports. Yeah. They again come in as the underdogs, but should be a fun one.
Yeah, and Weibo are hoping that fate works in their favor, as we'll talk about a little bit of a fun fact later on. But Top Esports themselves, dominant as ever, it feels like. I think some slip-ups in the regular season that maybe they didn't want to have, but it just feels like they always show up during the regular season, this year at least. I mean, split number 1 was incredibly dominant. Split 2, dominant in the regular season. A little bit of fall off there in the playoffs at the end, but it's a team that is stacked nonetheless. And I know the big 2 focuses, at least for me, the spotlights, Kanavi and Jackie Love, the key pieces to how this team works.
Play. I really feel like he's been, I'd say, decent at best. Like he's been someone where it feels like at times he's really stepped up for the team. Other times just kind of feels like he's doing his job. Regardless, you don't need to come in and be a star player on Top Esports. This roster is star-studded already, and Hong has come in, done his job nicely with the squad, and has Kanavi running the engine quite well here in playoffs yet again.
Yeah, he's sitting there fanning the flames, you know, he's making sure the engine's purring. He's all good because Kanavi is that engine. The guy has been on a tear since he came over to Top Esports. It has been incredible what he's been able to do from the jungle. I think we've lacked a little bit of that consistency at times from him, but as we go through some of these clips with him, I think it's really important to really highlight the fact that this guy is how they get off the ground running.
Yeah, and look, this is going to be a really fun jungle matchup tonight just overall, because Kanavi has been one of, if not the best junglers in LPL for, I mean, many years now, right? And I really think that in this meta, like when Kanavi is at his best, it is when he's able to turn those small leads into gargantuan ones throughout the game. And seeing him get his hands on champions like Wukong that he's always been so good at throughout his career, also get access to some of the assassins. Kiana is going to be a very highly contested pick tonight between both TN and Kanavi. It really has landed in a sweet spot for Top Esports, where it feels like Kanavi has been playing great league. I still feel like this team gets as far as Cream gets them as a player, but Kanavi behind Cream has been very big.
Yeah, he really has been. It's obviously a culmination of a lot of pieces going. I will say, though, they lost the game to NIP. You never know how that all went down. You know, maybe a little bit of one-sided in that draft. Who knows? I'm not going to point that out too much, but we'll see how their drafts look tonight against Weibo, who did the unthinkable in taking down AL just last series. Maybe it's the thinkable every year with Weibo. They made the miracle run last year to make it to Worlds. They're looking to make a little bit more of a dominant run this time around. as we take a look at this roster, a lot of known names. Obviously, that jungle matchup going to be a very, very big, important piece to the puzzle tonight with Tien. But I got to see Light step up against Jackie Love. I need to see him find these team fights that we know him for. Yeah.
Really are one of the better teams we have in the LPL when they are at their best, when they do want to play, but you get so many like grim moments or down moments, and then when push comes to shove, backs up against the wall, guess what? Worlds is on the line, and Xiaohu wants to be there pretty much as always. So he stepped up with his team. We'll see if they can do so again against Top Esports tonight.
This team just continues to be crazy. Like, they find themselves in World Finals. They find themselves in those runs from last year as well. The label consistently inconsistent cannot seem to escape them. But Tien himself, I know you're saying, has had some down moments, but when he's on, that man is on, and he will absolutely control the jungle. So as we take a look at these clips for him, it is really important to think, are they going to be willing to go with some of these aggressive looks against Kanavi? We see here a little bit of level 1 shenanigans. Maybe this is on Ultra Prime. Maybe this is good prep from Weibo. But
Mizel, this was on Ultra Prime. But we'll give Tien some points.
But that could be the way in. Because the thing about Kanavi is if you give over a lead, if you kind of let things go whole-handedly, you know, handshaking in a way, it can get out of hand pretty quickly. And I want to see if Tien wants to deal with that in any way tonight.
Yeah, and look, for me, I think that Tien has always really been at his best when he's playing for his laners. Like, for me, Kanavi has always been someone that wants to take resources for himself, plays a little bit more hungry out of the jungle. Tien can do that. I mean, this guy has fantastic mechanics, which he will display on the Assassins. But for me, Tien's been at his best when he's able to sacrifice stuff. I mean, that series started against AL with a first pick Poppy, which was the deny pick from Tien as much as it is a good champion for Tarzan. I think that Tien, just the difference maker for me with this team again is that some of these damaged junglers he's been able to play at such a high level. I mean, he won on Kiana the Fury and Lee Sin in that last series. That is a Tien champion pool from years past. And Tien has been playing really strongly on these champions. I think it fits Xiaohu's pool really well. And Tien's been on point. So I really hope that we're in for a treat because this matchup on paper should be a treat in the jungle. We'll see if they can step up along with the pieces around them.
Yeah, you got to take a look back to that series. It was a doozy and absolutely delivered on every case of the word, it feels like, in terms of a banger series itself. But it was Weibo who kind of grit their teeth in a lot of ways, and at least we're able to find some game wins, get obviously that game 5. But for me, it was how they approached a lot of the setups. And I think when we see a team like Weibo actually coordinated and actually firing on all cylinders together, it's such a different team. And so I do wonder if some of that momentum is leaning in their favor now after being able to take that. I mean, these guys are experienced. They've been at some of the biggest stages, right? And I expect them to use that momentum very well into somebody, yet another matchup that maybe they're the underdogs in.
I mean, I think in any year that's not the year of 2025, you look at these two teams on paper, and you'd say that Weibo's the favorite, right? But AL has been the team to beat in the LPL for most of 2025. I say that, honestly, the team that has that moniker is Top Esports. If you put the regular seasons of splits 1, 2, and 3 together, Top Esports has the best record. They are the team to beat in this league. It's just that they haven't been able to put that together far enough in the playoffs in split 2, and then also for split 1. They did win the split. It's just that the international performance left quite a sour taste in all of our mouths. So we'll see if, you know, Top Esports can kind of step up to actually perform, finish strong in a split, something that we've already seen teams internationally struggle to do. I'm looking at HLE. I'm looking at C9 as well in the LTL. I'm even looking at Fnatic over in LEC, right? They've had some struggles later on. Top Esports have experienced these struggles historically in playoffs, and it's on them today to make sure that they can really continue to put up the brand of League of Legends that we've become used to seeing from them this split, which has been Kanavi really at his best and Jackie Love at his best. And when you have your 2-star players playing well, that's a pretty good recipe for success in a lot of sports, Michelle.
I would say so. It's definitely a recipe for success. And I think a lot of that culminates tonight. Obviously, both teams still have a second life, but I'm very interested at what version of the meta we get tonight, what kind of carry junglers we get. Because I know we were talking about Tiana a little bit, but Kanavi's no slouch in that regard either, right? Regular season, he's pulling out the Zeds. He's finding a little bit of access there. So I want to see what we get if we get any assassin jungle matchups between the two. But there's also something else we got to talk about. A little bit of an elephant in the room, if you will. Teed up by one of the best Western-facing social medias that LPL has to offer, Weibo Gaming, sent out this lovely one. Today is a good day to remind everyone, for no reason at all, obviously, that we have never lost versus Top Esports in a best of 5. Now,
so I gotta say, I think a lot of people at home don't know this one either. This shocked me. I could not believe that Weibo had never lost to Top Esports in a best of 5. That, like, everything that I've seen from these two teams this year too, it should not be like that. I feel like I've had Top Esports as the stronger team for the entire year versus Weibo. So we'll see if the Weibo magic can really kick into high gear today, because it feels like they've had Top Esports numbers, and we'll have to see if that continues.
I love it. Just a little bit of the fun having on socials themselves, but it is interesting because, you know, Weibo Gaming hasn't been Weibo Gaming for like the entirety of the LPL, and that era of dominance for Top Esports maybe just snuck in right after that one. But we'll see exactly if that stays true or not, or if Weibo are going to be tweeting some other things here tonight. But another big matchup that we truly like, I think belies a lot of importance, at least, is going to be this head-to-head, because I think I talked about it earlier. Jackie Love, he's been having an incredible one. You said MVP candidate. I think that's absolutely deserved. This guy has been insane. I feel like every year we talk about Jackie Love and we're like, what happened to the team around him? Jackie Love, yes, had some slip-ups, had some falls. We've memed about him enough, I feel like. But a lot of the cases, he is always good and has been consistently good, and we're looking for that final push to see if he can reclaim that glory that he so wants. While Light on the other side, he was that key piece. He was the guy that got them over the line to make it to Worlds in regional qualifiers, and I think some of the stats tell the story.
Yeah, and I really feel like Light for Weibo, I mean, him and Chris, these guys are perennial international contenders, right? We need to see them play like that again today against Top Esports, and I really feel like, I mean, if it were to be victories for both Weibo over AL and Top Esports, I mean, any questions that we had about this team almost feel like they have to be answered on this patch. I do think that a lot of the way this team likes to play the game, which is Ben Xiaohu, I mean, strictly playing facilitators, and Tian strictly playing junglers that can make, like, you know, carry or make things happen. I think that this patch fits with that. Like, we're starting to see Morgana actually draw bans. We have yet to see Mel from Xiaohu, but I feel like Xiaohu, like, that kind of fits the vibe, the identity that some of these mid laners can bring out in later game Fearless, where, you know, a pick like that, if you over-index into her root or her W, she gets crazy value from talking with players like Samakin, who has played that in NACL and found wins with it, and we're seeing that like skyrocket in priority in LCK. It's been pretty wild to see just all the innovations that we have on this patch so early in playoffs, and I think globally we've seen a lot of chaos thanks to it too, Mazel, because you know, I think where Varus and Rumble fall in terms of, you know, where do we put them in the patch is still kind of yet to be decided. As both these champions, to me, look significantly worse since their nerfs, especially Poke Varus just does not feel the same at all. And Rumble so far, I think, has been, for sure, pretty much the same champion, just weaker, which is needed. But I think much worse matchups, specifically against tanks, which could be the answer. So we'll see if that continues today.
Hey, support mechanics, they're on point. They got the fist bump off.
They did.
We'll see.
That's
we'll
good.
see. Because I know that's something you want to talk about a lot, as well as how impactful the supports can be. I know we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I think that connection is going to be super important with how much they like to roam as well.
Look, I don't think Chris deserved to win the series as an individual player. I thought that he got outplayed by... I don't think either support really deserved to win that series, I'm going to be honest. It was some tough play. And then I think that Hong has actually been pretty solid for most of the year. Or not most of the year, most of the split. The year's not been good for Hong. As of course, I mean, he's staring down his old team, right? This is a revenge game for Hong. As he was replaced by Crisp. He was benched for Erha when he was still on Weibo. I think somewhat deserved, as we saw Hong really struggling on the Rift. But with Jackie Love, he's seen a bit of a resurgence. The Hong that we are used to knowing and loving, that aggressive support, kind of seeing him make better decisions, take better plays throughout the split. And well, I think that the jungle matchup, just being Kanavi versus Tian, I think so highly of both these players. I really feel like, which support could actually show up and be more consistent on the map could be a big deciding factor in who actually takes down that matchup or gets a slight edge.
And I do want to go ahead and bring up the predictions on the day here to talk a little bit about exactly how people expect this series to pan out, because I think those expectations going to be a little bit separated, as it's a smattering of different picks. Nobody is 3-1 for Weibo, but we do have a little bit of differentiation.
I like the Merkuv 3-0 for Weibo. I feel like that's actually very appropriate. That would just be peak Weibo energy. Just
peak Weibo,
the weebs go out and do the most random thing ever. Of course, guys, if you want to make your voice heard in terms of the predictions, please scan the QR code, join our Discord. We have a public-facing LPL English Discord. A lot of fans in there. Actually featured community content. Shout out to Sauron Squidmane. Made a video about Perukia. In the LPL, we actually featured that on the broadcast, so found that from the Discord as well. So definitely hop on in there.
It's actually a really good piece too. It's a little long, but it's very discussions. Fun. Yeah,
we like that. Shout out to Sauron Squidmane. I always look forward to saying hey to him at events. One of the fans I look forward to interacting with as
worth
always.
The watch.
But Mazel, we got to dive into this draft. It's game one. Top Esports seed advantage on their side. They're going to find themselves on blue side to kick things off.
Yunara's open. My favorite pick. Honestly, I've been having so much is open. That's what I wanted to see going into this game. Number one is what exactly gets through the Kiana. My God, the gauntlet drop that Kanavi. That is a thud heard around the world.
Well, I think Rumble priority definitely goes up. Weibo might be hovering the Aurora, thinking about that. We've yet to see. I think we've only seen one game of Kiana Rumble. It's been a lot of Kiana Annie, which is now denied. But my God, I think that's just really telling at how good TN is on this pick, and just the confidence that Kanavi has to be able to play it and execute it with a blind. So definitely going to see if he has that one up his sleeve. I will say a Galio ban also drives some priority up on the rise for me for Cream. So could see that as that is one of the pairings that is okay with Kiana. But yeah, that first pick Kiana gives away a lot of power.
It gives away a lot of power.
Yunara, and I think that Aurora is a great pick given the power that she brings, and also just dissuading a potential Rumble pick coming in here.
The only problem for Yunara right now is just you're going to have to be up in the face of this very hard combat, especially if Ryze ends up coming through, but more so the Kiana. Like, you're going to have to find your windows. But that leans into what I want to see from Light. And this guy has been just absolute team fight monstrosity for Weibo in a lot of their history. And I want to see him have those resources to be able to do that, as, yeah, it's going to be a little bit tough to approach that Kiana-Ryze combo that comes through from TES.
They might slam Rumble regardless. I really couldn't blame Top Esports if they want to do it, but okay, instead, it's going to be the Alistar. This is Hong's most played by a long shot. He's been very good in this pick. I think very telling that in past patches, we would have seen Rumble slam. They would not care about Aurora. You already have Kiana. Good combo. You are going to take more combo for that with the Alistar, but still, dropping the Rumble, I think is very telling about where that champion's at right now. As Top Esports going to look to see if they can learn any more about this Aurora, maybe, where it could go, as they're going to answer the Alistar pick with a Braum. So bot lane decided. We have an 80 carry showing on one side and then a jungler showing the other. Those are the mismatched roles, so expect the bans to land in those roles.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they didn't end up trying to scoop up a little bit of jungle prio here for TN, but maybe just saying, you know, it's game one. There are so many options available. I will find something. As the Kaisa is that ban focus from Weibo, and the Jarvan is the ban focus for TES.
Yeah, Jarvan, very much a comp focus pick. It tells me that Jaculov might actually be looking for something immobile. Maybe a Sivir ban here. If it's been a great champion for Jaculov. I've been a little bit iffy on Sivir as a champ, but not in the hands of Jaculov. That guy has proven that he is the best Sivir that we have in the league, as he has been putting up an incredible split. Maybe we see I could see maybe a Xin Zhao ban, but I think some of these jungle bans are less for the Kiana matchup, more so for maybe just what they want to pick to round things out here.
Oh, the Pantheon ban. Okay, I was holding it. I was like, maybe they let it through, because maybe if you don't talk about it, then they don't think about it. I would have loved to see the Pantheon as a bit of an answer, but it is not going to be let through this game, and the Cassante is going to leave final pick after we saw first pick jungle for TS to TN.
I mean, you could still Rumble. I actually think the Rumble kind of goes up in value now, because you know that Aurora's mid. So if I'm top esports, I think I'm still really thinking about this one again. We're kind of wondering where the priority of Rumble falls after the nerfs. Well, it was significant. I mean, 20 base damage off the Q and 1% max HP off of every auto attack when you're overheated. That's like, that adds up, especially into tanks. So 369 gonna opt for his Gnar instead. Brings a little bit of displacement to try and pressure Yunara later on. And Jaculov, you know what? Senna got buffed. I am shocked that we have not seen any Senna from Jaculov this split, because when Senna was even out of meta, Jaculov was one of the best Senna players. I thought he was the best Senna player just globally. I thought he was the best Senna in the world, like quite legitimately. He's teasing us in this game 1. We have not seen a very high priority on Senna in the LPL playoffs, but I think it's still a very powerful champion on this patch. Kind of waiting for the teams to come around to it. Is a Corki lock-in, and then Wukong to round things out for Tien. So despite a lot of jungle bans, that first pick Kiana, 5 pick, Tien finds what I think is the strongest jungler on this patch in Wukong.
And you can see some of the prep coming into play into game number 1 here in these bans, and some of the, you know, particular picks taken away from particular people. But Kanavi dropped the gauntlet here, game 1, Cubby. We got to talk about that, because first pick Kiana, that is bold, and that is trying to send a message for this best of 5.
Look, I think top esports, they do have a comp that is comfortable for them, and that is a lot of priority. This is a team that loves the full court press. I think Kanavi gets a lot out of it with the team. They have laners that are able to execute with that. But Weibo, the Weebs can fight, man. We saw a lot of one-sided games against AL. But Weibo, they have the scaling. They just need to be able to hold on, try and play smart and get there. I think Yunara is going to have a tough time interacting with this game, but they have a lot of pieces to try and help her interact between the Braum and the Wukong with the Kasate to hopefully hold the front line. So I prefer Weibo as this game moves forward. I think the top esports will have ways to play into Weibo later on, and they should have a lot of priority early on. So my focus is going to be on the Kanavi side of that Kanavi Tien matchup. See what he can do with this Kiana, and can he get his team rolling, because they have the winning lanes, and he's got a powerful jungler. So we'll see what Kanavi can do.
He does, and I know we talked about it. You know, obviously Weibo have had a lot of success against top esports in those best of 5s, and they have the momentum coming from that series against AL. Maybe a little bit of an upset story there, but now they've got to lock in to keep their upper bracket run alive. Top esports do not look like they're holding anything back, and we're getting into game number 1 of this best of 5 between top esports and Weibo Gaming. We'll get to this little level 1 here, as it's going to be an engage prone to Jackie Love. He is going to flash here. Hung? As Hung is now in trouble. He's going to pop the heal early now. He's going to get concussive blows out of it. That's 2 flashes and the heal down early for top esports.
A little bit of power of the Braum coming through there. Level 1, always have to be wary of the passive, and Chris going to make the most of it. Crisp is, Braum has been one of his better champions, we'll say. So Hong, this is his 10th Alistar of the summer. Whereas Chris, Braum, I believe he's 5-1 of the champion coming in. We're going to see the banners fly here in the LPL. See the win-losses later on. Let's take a look. Nothing too interesting to talk about here off the rune page. Pretty standard for anyone that keeps up with this stuff. Only real choice, I think, is 369 with the fleet versus the grass. But in the Kasate matchup, want to take the fleet, be able to space out some of those abilities potentially, like the Q3 or just you know, those in tofu strikes overall. So that said, both of our junglers going to have mirrored clears here, and early on, Kanavi actually skipping a camp. He is skipping over his own Gromp, so could see action.
See now, actually Light losing a decent chunk of his health bar, but yeah, I do wonder if that's actually going to lead out to anything. What kind of early game plans are going to be coming of it?
He's gonna he's gonna cycle back. Could be something with Kiana clear. Maybe not exactly sure what had him do that choice, I'm going to be honest.
But hey, he's 2-0 on the pick, so does it matter? I don't know. But I think the more important thing here that I want to talk about is the fact that Hung is on Omega Comfort for this game number 1. I think that's extremely important against Crisp, not only for the experience that Crisp has, but also Hung has been a little bit of a weak link at times for top esports, and something that Weibo could try to take advantage of.
At the moment, Tien going to try and take advantage of this Kiana early. Kanavi is up to this one, though. as he's taking the long way. Even
Okay.
kind of skipping over his red buff, but will be
Does he
spotted
know?
here. Yeah, TN spotted. So he starts the red buff off that.
Wow, okay. So, ships in the night here as Konami
No, I think
will
this is all known.
expertly go around.
Yeah.
Yeah. Will expertly go around the corner, get this, and he will get the info that the red buff is gone.
Konami gets the news. He still is going to be up at least to camp, but TN going to pick the side of the map that he plays to. We'll take the bot crab maybe here as he works his way around. No, he's going to take a pit stop mid and go up.
He was thinking about it. Oh, double knockup came in on bot side. I was just talking about Hug, and he just found the play. He's looking for it. The 2v2, but now turning into a 2v3. I want to see if Kanavi wants to go for it, deciding not to go for the early blood there, playing very reserved. But now this Scuttle Crab will go the way of Tien.
Look, I think if Tien hovers this, by the way, and Weibo is able to pick up this bot lane, this is really big for Tien's game. Like, I know that things were burned there by Top Esports bot lane as Kanavi gets chased out. There's a red buff on Tien still.
Kanavi's going to flash. Luckily, he didn't burn it earlier. That will be the flash of both junglers out.
Okay, still, this is a good start for Weibo. Because after that, like, because the jungler, forced out the other, and we had the reset come out from the Top Esports bot lane, it should be Weibo being able to get this wave in, get a clean reset going on, and then able to get back from there. On top of that, you already had Tien have such a strong opener, just given the fact that he took the red buff away and then helped his bot lane get out of that jam. They have bot prio, they have tempo after that now as well. So really like the opener that we have for Weibo to start this one off.
So far, so good. As it's going to be feeling nice to have a stable ground, even though you're down 700 gold early or 500 gold early. I do want to talk about these comps, though, because I think Kanavi is the obvious bridge builder for Top Esports. A little bit more skirmish heavy is Weibo, but the scaling implications are on both sides here.
Yeah, again, I think that Weibo has more scaling, but Top Esports, like, they have ways to play out the game later on, right? So I just think it is important, though, that Top Esports starts to get things rolling because, Kiana as a champion, you are pretty useful, like, throughout the game, but you have the burst damage, the ability to take people off the map early on. And later on, I'm concerned about Kiana being able to interact into Wukong, Braum. I know that Kiana can be quite slippery, but Winter's Bite can fix a lot of those problems, and same with Wukong, just pressing R, getting the knockup, and trying to chain things from there as well. So definitely have to see if they're up to the task on handling that one.
It's some of those combinations that are going to be really, really important to kind of keep track of. Now, we did get level 6s starting to come up for the solo laners. I think that maybe ends up opening things up for either side here because Dragon's already been up for a minute. We have about 2 minutes for the Grubs. But the Realm Warp from Cream can be super important to kind of connect with Kanavi. We are seeing presence from Tien on bot side. I don't think he was spotted out just yet.
Weibo still down flashes as Tien. Yeah, he tried to lay in wait there. I don't think Kanavi spotted him. Cream's down here. They're trying to get Cream the fruit so he can stick in the lane. Xiaohu is going to have to base. I do think that a grub fight, like, if we see a grub fight, I very heavily favor Top Esports. So if I'm Weibo, I would like to avoid fights at this point. I think level 6, like, early on for Kiana, should be very deadly, as long as she has a fresh shop in. So I think on even footing, I'd very much prefer Top Esports' draft for that type of fight. So for me, if I'm Weibo, I'm looking to trade early.
Okay. See if that ends up being the case. I'm actually surprised not to see as much prio on this dragon. I think that might change here soon as we see Weibo collapsing. They're going to bring 4 down to this side of the pit. Aren't going to end up pulling anything here. But Tien should be able to clear this one, get back out, and potentially find his next avenue here. But that's going to be the next kicking point is the level 6s for the junglers to really enable their engages.
Yeah, at the moment, Tien, he's a camp away from 6 himself, but still hanging around this bot side.
Ooh.
If he does get this Scuttle Crab, that should be Cyclone available for the Wukong. And we'll see from there. Again, I think any sort of grub fight is not Weibo favored. So I would... If there's 5 up here...
I hope they got the message.
You can see top rotating up here early.
Okay. See, this is why I was so excited about this jungle matchup, because these obviously Kanavi gets the better of them there, but it's just like chess watching these two guys play, as Top Esports going to be front and center for the grub start. They have push in top lane as well, so should have priority to at least take this first one. Do wonder if Weibo want to contest.
Cream does have Realm Warp, but no TP, so Weibo going to have a numbers advantage if they get Light here. Light was walking mid, now goes bot to pick up the wave, so going to be the 4v4. No Yunara versus no Ryze is advantage Weibo. Like, Ryze being at this fight would be much stronger than Corki being here.
Oh, okay, 369. Oh, okay. 369 came to play today. I guess that's the message we just got, as touching completely out of Breed's abilities, and that'll be 2 grubs to Weibo in the end.
Top Esports going to prioritize resources on Cream instead, which, I don't know. I really think the Top Esports could have thrown some of their weight around, like a round of grub fight there. I very much, like, I think it's good to have a Kiana 6 with a Ryze too. I know Ryze still scaling up with his double scaling items here as he's working on, but I don't think, like, Xiaohu would have been particularly super strong at that fight. I'm a little bit surprised that they took such a cautious angle at it. Yeah, interesting. We'll say, Mazel, looks like it's going to be the Hexblade start for Yunara, as we have some items coming in here. So, going to be press R, utilize the move speed, the extra buff, and the transcendence
Do you like
itself.
it? Do you like the build?
I think it's fine this patch, yeah. It gives you more power early on versus later on, which later on as Yunara, you don't really struggle with power.
Yeah,
and
true.
again, like, a lot of your power comes from your ulted form, so as long as you're getting good value out of that, yeah, I think Hexblade's fine. The move speed it gives you can be very, very deadly on Yunara. It can definitely allow you to get access to some backline targets you don't usually find.
And maybe just trying to find somewhere to get an early advantage at least. As top lane, he pushed into the turret itself. Kind of a plate actually over to 369 as well. And still nobody. Oh my god, 369 is just moving on him today. Okay, I gotta stop getting distracted. It is gonna be the dragon. Potentially started up, or at least focused on with some vision here from both sides. But that is incredible to see such a, I feel like a pivotal objective to kind of get those at least leads going for either side. Really go out the wayside here.
And there has been a lot of posturing, just not a lot of sugar pulls. TN, you're going to be able to pick
respect,
up.
that's what they call it, right?
Yeah. Again, not exactly sure what we're waiting for here.
Oh, Kanavi. Gonna have to find a way to get out of this one. He saw you go over the wall with the blast code, and he's gonna use the supreme display of talent, but he's gonna get all outed, and Breathe came to play too. KO straight to the dome against Top Esports as Cream's gonna get out with his phase rush. That's gonna be the jungler down for Top.
Kanavi ulted the clone as Tien plays the bind games. Thought it was Kanavi starting off with the bind game. First picking that Kiana away from Tien himself, as both these junglers have really highly prioritized that champion. But of course, that series against AL, it started with Tarzan taking the Poppy away from Tien. They did win game 1. But this one's starting with Kiana. I think a bit of a takeaway from Tien for sure, as we have not seen this higher priority on Kiana throughout any series globally. And it really is. Tien, on that first play, again, he just casted the clone early. Supreme display of talent. Not very talented when it hits the clone, I fear, Mazel.
And the Profane Hydra did not save him. As 369 trying to get saved here. Tien and Kanavi meet back up in the top lane. It feels like deja vu, but Hung is here with the double play, and Hung with the first roam makes the difference potentially, but Tien is just fighting Kanavi. Kanavi's about to get the stick. He gets the heal from Hung, though, and Breathe ends up fighting the outplay. Weibo, man, they just took a 2v3. They might end up coming out the better of it. This Q ends up coming through, gets Tien the kill. He's playing with him. Look at him. He's baiting out the clone, and he's going to make it away. Now Xiaohu has shown up. He's trying to get a little bit of damage himself. Crisp is also here, and Hung has overstayed after what a beautiful start it was. Weibo completely wiped the fight against Top Esports in top lane. They'll lose a couple members, but that is huge for the Way Bros.
What a crazy skirmish, and the one who benefits, it's the monkey. Tien went huge in that play, the clone plays that he's made. I mean, that was a fight where it started with his clone baiting out the Supreme display of talent, and ended with the real Wukong baiting out the fact they thought he casted the clone. He's just in Top Esports' head, living rent-free as hell.
Bro.
As this fight was crazy. The all-out, it looked like it got canceled. like, that was the animation for the All Out. It looks like 369, like, canceled it. And then I saw Breathe. It went on cooldown. He didn't get it. That was weird to start off. So with no All Out in the 2v3, we see another Cassante just with D-Shield, second win, different for days. Another quote interaction as it caught the boulder. As fake Tien's almost as effective as the real one, man. And the real one is doing some dastardly work with that red buff Wukong. Tien got a little bit ahead early on the Rift. And with the help of his friends, the help of a couple monkeys as the clones, again, got such big value throughout this skirmish. Weibo and Tien come out on top.
Honestly, just impressive stuff from Tien across the board here. What's so incredible is it was a first pick from Kanavi with the Kiana, and Tien waited all the way to R5 to take out this Wukong, and now he's 2-0-3 on the pick. And that is a beautiful start for Weibo here. About 14 minutes in, they will have a small advantage, but that does not put the nail in the coffin against Top Esport. Their scaling is immaculate, and we will have the Rift Herald in about a minute.
I really feel like Tien got the best jungle pick on this patch for me is Wukong. I really feel like Wukong, like what we've seen from a lot of junglers, just jungle in general, it has been a lot of clearing early on. You get Wukong to that Trinity Force. I know it's not as strong as a Sundered Sky, but it just doesn't matter. The strength his kit has almost gets you through that from like level 6 to 9. And then after that, you have a Trinity Force. Like, what'd you get Trinity Force? I mean, this item, again, is so damn strong. Because you don't have the effective health pool, but you don't need it as Wukong. You have the clones. You have the passive. You're A-okay, and then you have the damage that he packs as well. So Tien finding this champ, again, on 5, I think is such a good pick for him. Also, a deny away from Kanavi. Kanavi, I think, has been a fantastic Wukong player for the vast majority of his career. So, man, it just is Top Esports. They used their first pick, again, to take away this Kiana so big for Tien. Whereas Weibo used their 5 pick to find a Wukong, a pick that I think actually fits very well in this composition. And he's getting the best of them. As Weibo up 1k gold, and the team that we like that scales harder later on, Mazel, they have the first 2 neutral objectives, so they're very close to feats. Given they got the first 3 kills, too. I mean, Top Esports, they're behind. They need to start figuring out some plays as Light pops the R.
Oh, that was the supreme display of talent from Kanavi.
It missed.
That's a little bit of a toughie there. Jackie Love's going to finally feel involved now. He does have the Trinity Force, and this is some of that standoff damage that Top Esports brings to the fight. And they're posturing around this Rift Herald now as they want to put some pressure on Weibo.
Gonna be a reset from Crisp at least. Breethe's gonna hold the line to make sure that he can get back, and Waves being caught. So again, Weibo, I don't think that the pressure is as on them in this game to make things happen. Definitely think that Top Esports is the comp that if this one goes late, I don't favor them as much. I think they
Jackie Love's playing with fire right now.
When does he not play with fire, Mazel?
That's true.
Is anyone that I want playing with fire in this game of League of Legends? I think Jackie Love is maybe one of the first names on that list.
Especially this split. I mean, the guy's had a pretty incredible year, but I mean, he's been just on fire this split. It's awesome. I mean, to me, it's a little bit nostalgic, a little bit emotional, obviously driven, but like the story of the final genius ADC out of the 3 of them with Abel and iBoy. And just being the last one standing and still finding pop-up performance all these years later. It's so incredible. I know he talks about so much about his health and things going wrong, and he wants to get back to that glory that he feels he got lucky for in his first year. But here he has the opportunity to take that step forward with Top Esports. And unfortunately, he's not here up in top lane to save them right now, as Cream is going to find the back end of the bunny stick. He will make it out alive, though, but Weibo have pounced on the Rift Herald during all of this. That's feats.
Yeah, I mean, Top Esports, they use their pressure, their tempo, to try and force a dive on the Xiaohu, and they end up using that for nothing. Xiaohu chunks out Cream. That's enough to make sure the Rift goes their way. And if you're Top Esports right now, and you're not able to find fights, able to make things happen with this first item, the Lethality, Profane Hydra, Kiana, I know that Rise is still coming online. You know, we got the double scaling item still going, still kicking. But I am concerned for Top Esports.
I'm a concerned citizen here.
Like they have a lot of damage. I don't know how effective that is if this game goes very late and you're throwing that into Cassante, Wukong, Braum with an Aurora, Yunara to operate as well. I just think an all-outed Cassante is going to be too much for them to handle later on, or Wukong going to be too much for them to handle later on with how hard that pick scales. So I think it's important as we see top esports get stuff like that. I mean, first brick, that would be nice. You were still fighting for feats, but those feats were secured by Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, the early feats is, or I guess not early-ish feats for them is going to feel really good. But that's going to be something we can come back to later once the boots start getting completed. And if you want to find a little bit of improvement in your game, you can go check out prodiff.gg and get some one-on-one coaching. Maybe you can figure out if these team compositions work together with a little bit of coaching over there at prodiff.gg. Use LPL10 to save 10% on prodiff. Get some one-on-one coaching from the pros in LTA, in ACL, and the ERLs as we get ready for this fight around the Dragon. It's Miami not looking like too much of a fight. Kanavi is over here, though.
Kiana can't always sneak.
Oh, he realm more for this.
Vision.
Kanavi tries to go for it, but it's Tien going to get the Dragon. That's 2 in a row there. He's going for the Cyclone play, gets locked down. He's in trouble. Light is struggling to find damage here because he's struggling with the range. Hung goes in for a double. The Glacial Fisher comes back and Hung trying to get taken down, going out as well as Xiaohu is getting flashed up by Kanavi. Tien just used the Rift Herald in the middle of the fight. I think he wishes he had his ward, but that is going to be the kill anyways in the end, and Weibo had picked them apart. He's going for the back line. Oh my God,
part of the plan.
Tien, you absolute monster. Drive them down, rum them down, you beautiful beast. Jackie Love, he's dead to the Rift Herald, and Tien has taken full control of this series, and he is not letting go.
Oh, Tien using the Shelly to do some dastardly things. Says goodbye to Jackie Love as he makes Corky go blasting off again. And Weibo Gaming taking that fight in the long haul. We set up the fact that this matchup that we expect to be so jungle-centric could be decided by the supports. It was Chris Glacial Fisher that completely changed the fight for me. Opened up for the 4-man between worlds from Xiaohu. And Tien with the Shelly. He got the pick in the back half and was able to do some creative stuff with it throughout that fight as he continues to be big and fed.
How bad does that feel for Jackie Love, man? He hasn't had any impact in this game, and then he just gets ran down by the Rift Herald. Tien's got to be cackling his way to the bank now, and he's 4-0-4 on the Wukong R5. And we talked so much about how important this jungle matchup is, how meticulous these guys are when they are in control of the jungle. Well, Tien's got 2 items. Kanavi's got 2 items, but more importantly, that bruiser style that Tien has just gotten the better of Kanavi so far.
Yeah, I mean, again, it really was Kanavi and in top esports. We set up that they needed to get a lead, get these lanes going, and it has felt like they've just been playing from behind, and Kanavi is behind. I mean, Tien's level 12, level 10 Kiana. And this fight, again, I thought that Chris's Glacial Fisher just decided that, because right now it looks kind of grim. 369 could have gotten a lot of damage done. There's a nice engage from Hong, but that 4-man Glacial Fisher into a 4-man between worlds. Yes, Xiaohu falls in the back half, but Tien's able to trade him out. And then takes that Shelly and wraps up this fight.
No, the directed cam.
Crowd's loving it too.
That's incredible.
That Star Guardian Soraka wanted some blood there. They were excited to see that Shelly.
It's always the nicest ones that want a little bit of bloodshed. But yeah, fun stuff for Weibo, but also a very dominant game one so far. Now only 2,000 gold up, and we talked about the scaling aspect for both sides. Weibo want to put the pedal to the metal now. They're going to start the Atacon.
Jackie Love, Cream, Kanavi, 369 Hong. No one has flash up on top esports. We'll see if Weibo's able to shut this down. Breathe trying to hold the line. Going to be Hong going now.
Jackie Love's got decent damage. Hung holding on to the Unbreakable Will. Hung goes in for a 3-man. Does end up blocking a ton. A lot of damage on Weibo. They had their armor shredded, but is it enough? Kanavi ends up getting a fadeaway kill in the end. Tien goes down too, but it's been free firing from Xiaohu and co. As Light is still kicking here. Jackie Love finally steps up, but he steps up into potentially his doom as 369. He's garnering attention with that Meganar coming up. Kanavi tries to go for the play. 369, he wants the angle, just needs one little boomerang. He's going to get the Meganar, but I don't think it's enough to follow through.
That was secured by Crisp. I saw the Otacon get to 1 HP, as that was actually a good stall by top esports. Jackie Love got a lot of damage in. He's got the ball Miramana, so 2 items blank for Corky, able to cash it in there, as he did a lot of work in that fight just to get them low, but couldn't come up with the Otacon as it devolved into a flip that went the way of Crisp.
Did he spellbook smite it?
I think it was 1 HP. I think Glacial Fisher or something got it. I did not see. I just saw it go to 1.
We'll take a look for sure here as we take a look back at the replay.
I mean, was it an... Oh, we got a TP in. Crisp has the shield. Yeah, look at this. I mean, it got down so low. Got 17.
No,
That's what it got down
man,
to. Yeah, Crisp goes down. Run warp coming in. Not followed through. Still gets the flash out of light, though.
Whoa! Okay, Supreme Display of Talent used very defensively and beautifully there as Kanavi denies the engage from Weibo, and I think Weibo just killed themselves with that blast cone there. It's a bit unfortunate, and the Redemption is going to come down. Most OP item of the new patches, by the way.
Yeah, no, every support's rushing Redemption. That was a big talking point that I had in the series. Veil versus Weibo. We'll hit on that maybe later on because, yeah, Weibo... I mean, kind of the Otacon play, at least they got the objective, but that fight afterwards was a bit of a stinker. Now Breathe looking to fish him out, but Hong's still pushing.
Oh, yeah, the turret's going to go down all outed onto Breathe, or from Breathe onto Hung. He gets the Q3 back. He's going low. Light is just free firing now as Hung goes for the headbutt. Does end up backing Light away. Here comes Breathe, though, with the follow-through. Going to flash, going to dash, going to get killed in the end. And TES just goes in by himself. From greatness to downfall, we have seen the entire story of Weibo so far.
I mean, the Weebs are just so, like, not together. They played such a good first 20 minutes of the game, and now they're so split. And it's,
and now they're just getting absolutely dashed. All of a sudden, you look at the gold differential. It's a 4,000 gold diff for Top Esports. As Xiaohu trying to be the saving grace here.
It feels like this is a problem completely of Weibo's own creation. As it was a very fast Otacon start into a fast mid contest into a fast now Dragon being lost in 4K gold in the can versus a comp we were setting up for Top Esports as being stronger early on. Weibo being a little bit fast and loose with things here later on, and yeah, that's an LPL gold graph in the making.
Oh my God. They thought they had a grip on it. They did not, and now 4,000 gold down.
This is why the reaction to a lot of Weibo fans of them winning against anyone's Legends was, by God, I hate this team. I feel like that's what we're seeing from Weibo in this one.
Yep, consistently inconsistent. Much like your Bears, you know? Sorry to, sideswipe you, but...
You didn't have to go there.
I did. I didn't have to. I did, though.
This does look like how I spent my Monday night.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. I was not there to console you. I'm sorry. Top Esports, though, they're moving some pressure to this top side, putting pressure on Tien, who, gotta say, started 4-0-4, now 4-2-6. 2 big deaths in a row already. Not really finding that impact for the Wukong. Does it get better, Cubby? Because you're staring down the barrel of a 3-item Kiana now.
That's a good shout, because the fight we saw Tien win, he was up 2 levels on Kanavi. Now, Kanavi's up an item, and I'm sure even levels against Tien. It's not even the interesting part of the fight to me, because the interesting part was the Supreme Display of Talent, the blast cone taken in. The back half of this main, Breathe and Tien are both pushing and fishing, and just at the wrong times. Like, this is
I just can't believe they go back in.
I couldn't believe they went back in either. Tien's ult had expired. He didn't have the second cast of the Cyclone ready to go. But he has that to maybe, and then it straight up got forced off the mid-wave by 369. He pushes him right to Kanavi as Kiana used the Supreme Display of Talent, the second one in that fight, by the way, to clean up the rest of it.
Bro, coach was like, that's my juggler.
Yeah, I mean, if I was the coach, I'd be like, yes, Weibo, thank you for the 5K gold swing. Yes, that's 2 Kiana ults, and in the span of that, a 5K gold picked up for the side of Top Esports.
And what a chat. He hasn't even finished boots yet. He's still sitting on the socks. The free socks on top of that.
You're Kiana,
brother.
Wait.
A
replay?
Oh.
All right.
Okay.
That was a sad display of talent.
Yeah, absolutely. Depressing display of talent, if you will. They are okay. Top Esports, I see you. Look how fast they burn it.
Depressing display of talent sounds like my career, Mazel. Anyway, on to the Baron. Chris doesn't have Spellbook Smite. This is just going to be going down.
Oh, my God. The Baron just sniffed out from under their noses. And now Weibo, they just put themselves into the meat shredder, but maybe they're shredding a little bit back. Hung is just completely caught out. 369 has a flake, but he's going to be taken out, too. We are just seeing punts back and forth, and I didn't know NFL played on a Tuesday. As now Top Esports going to be rebuffed and pushed back to their outer turret in the mid lane.
This is what Jet Steelers was supposed to be, if you want to keep on making NFL references. As, I mean, winner's bite. Chris just
I'm sure
went
our
to one
audience
side
really
of the
knows
fight.
about football. I'm sure.
We just went to one side of the fight as Weibo committed to the one side, found the 2v5, and now Top Esports having to defend his 3.
Jackie Love is just going to die. Cream TP's in. Kanavi going for the play. The Supreme Display of Talent is back in action. He gets all out of it, though. He is completely taking down 100-0. Jackie Love goes in with the Valkyrie, but he can't get the damage off. Gets the Frost Bomb on a 1, but Breathe is cutting them to pieces. He wants more. He gets the Q3, and Breathe is getting chunked now by Cream with a double kill with the scaling carry of TES.
All right, well, 3v5 goes the way of Top Esports, I guess, as Cream stands tall. Hong TP's back in, and yeah, that's supreme display of talent. Shut down the tower dive as Weibo, again, looking to play too fast. I mean, they've yet to knock down that mid-outer. And now, Top Esports, Cream still has that Baron buff, and he's going to be able to use it. Takes down the mid-inner turret. All the top camps are going to go to the way of Top Esports, and I think it's fair to say, again, that Weibo, I mean, they're behind in this game, but they continue to play a little bit too quickly, as this dive wasn't there.
Yeah, I mean, you see Jacklove trying to clear the wave, but then he starts just turning onto the fight here, and it just starts raining down damage onto Weibo.
I don't think that Breed's ult was... I mean, I guess he one-shot Kiana. I was trying to see a way where maybe he can still, like, frontline, or at least try and buy space for his carries to get out in the back half, because Jackie Wolf really was able to step up and unimpeded just shredded Weibo. I know that Jackie Wolf went down, but that's a good death. Like, frankly, I mean, he got so much damage off in that time. He absolutely won his team the fight there. And they were able to win out on the play in the back half, too, as Cream kind of took the map and grew that gold lead to 6K. So another decent play for Weibo where they couldn't get enough out of it.
They do have 3 items cresting for multiple members now. Maybe some of that team fighting aspect really coming to a fold here. And this is where I put all eyes on Light. I know his name is the namesake of a spotlight, but he needs to have incredible fights here to make this Yunara pick worth it.
I think throughout all this, too, Mazel, I mean, I want to see what Cream can do in the next fight. He's got a Void Staff. He was so big in that last fight. Xiao's been a little bit invisible.
How much damage he did to Breathe with that one combo? Like,
yeah,
that was insane. I think
outside of the one Dragon fight, Xiao's been invisible. That's a big blast cone.
It's Blast Cone episode 2 this time. This is going to go well for Weibo, not at least lose them their lives. But Kanavi, he's hunting. He's hungry. Weibo, we're going to back off of that one. Top Esports still have a Baron buff here on Cream. They can keep pushing. It just fell. They're going to try to escort the wave as 369 loses Mega Gnar.
Yeah, it's just 5 members staying on the wave. I mean, Top Esports, they have all the info in the world as Kanavi now gets spotted. That's good from Xiaohu, but Weibo, I mean, they're really scared of this Kiana, really scared of getting picked. They're having trouble to step into this jungle, take any space away, as the Dragon has been started by Kanavi.
Okay. They are almost done with it, too. I mean, they do so much damage down, and that's going to be another Dragon going to Top Esports. Tie things up at 2-2. Weibo, they're just meatballing right now together. They're going to try to get this outer turret. Potentially, no. They're going to back off. The Realm Warp going to be used by Top.
And Top Esports just get everything from that sequence. Well played. As I think we're starting to see Weibo, I mean, not being able to find angles. They're really stuck in these lanes. And we have seen Cream. I mean, he's at 4 items, whereas Xiaohu is at 2 items and change. I'm sure he's sitting on a little bit of gold, but we have seen a couple fights in a row, Mazel, where Xiaohu just hasn't been able to get anything done, whether that be him getting caught by a supreme display of talent or just him blowing the R, and that's kind of it in the fight. I think a couple of the ultimates has actually been dropped a little bit too early or just inopportune times from him. I mean, he is behind pretty significantly in this game compared to Cream. I mean, a death cap on Rise and level 16 is very significant.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you've hit the precipice here. And you still have a whole item to build, as Cream has been slowly but surely building up steam against the legend of Xiaohu here. The Aurora was very strong early, but they haven't been able to take anything from that here. He's very close to his Rabadons as well. Top Esports going to feel like the kings of the Rift with the advantage they've built with themselves. And we'll just be moving into the top side of Weibo. Unfortunately for them, they are under full vision here. And that control ward doesn't get that. Okay, that's hilarious, as Cream does end up getting the spot of it and will take that one out. And it's just a vision tug of war here in this top side.
Weibo still, I mean, I'd say a big chunk of no man's land away from that Baron, which is the true objective. Going to be a lot of fog of war to get through for them there, but I think the greater concerns are some of the item discrepancies that we're seeing come on in here. As Xiaohu working towards his death cap, yet to have it. Instead, we have a death cap and a void staff on the Rise.
God, that's terrifying.
Yeah,
and you also have just like literally, because Tian just finished his GA just now, an entire item disadvantage in the jungle as well.
I mean, Tian's items are much more expensive, so it's only a 1k gold lead for Kanavi, whereas it's a 3.5k gold lead or 3k gold lead for Cream. So that's pretty big. And also a pen available for the Corki before the Yunara. Very important as well. But Xiao just picked up the death cap. So only behind a Void Staff and a Sinkers now. As it's still pretty grim for him in the scoreboard.
That's still tough. That's still tough.
Yeah, and we'll have to see what Cream can do. Because that's a luxury item for Cream now with the Seekers available. And I think that his goal is to try and use that to either get out of a Braum Glacial Fissure or get out of one of the Cyclones that Tien has. To try and turn things from there.
One of these teams trying to take that forward step in this best of 5. You have to remember, we are in the upper bracket, and if you win here, you're in the upper bracket final, just one step away from the grand finals, which not only gets you a ton of championship points, just making it that much further, but also sets you up for success, still having your second life. And we talked so much about Top Esports' regular season dominance through, honestly, all 3 splits so far, but right now, they are showing a very mean face to start off these playoffs here with some dominating performance from themselves, and now to take another Baron in this game number 1 as Tien's trying to come over for the 50-50. Is he going to try to steal it? He's not going to get it. Kanavi gets the jungle diff, and everybody's typing in chat right now. Big ulti from Xiaohu, but is it enough damage here? Light goes on the back line, but he's completely cut down by Jackie Love in the face with 369. The GA has been popped, and Top Esports continue to bolster this lead, and now they're looking for the game end. Relmore to the mid lane, and straight to the throat of Weibo.
Look, I think 20 minutes to 25 minutes, Weibo, yet again, they have to take inventory of how they played that mid-game or that transition. Just threw themselves at Top Esports, sacked what was a 2K plus gold lead, turned it into a 4K plus deficit, and Top Esports, that's just going to be it. They take the Baron, they're pushing for the base. 20 seconds on 2 of the carries is Xiaohu.
Oh, he tried to. Breathe. Okay, that's the problem when you're going against Jackie Love on this. Yeah. Oh, he's going to die. Okay, no, he's still tanky enough to get that life back. Oh, he steps up and takes the turret shot. Okay, well, it doesn't matter. They use the nexus of Weibo against themselves. The Mega Gnar ulti signals the end for this game number 1 as Top Esports turn it all around. What a way to do it, and Weibo, they've got to be left reeling after that one, Cubby.
Well, hey, I guess Blue Side's just OP. First pick Kiana. Let's go. Man, Weibo.
Tien was 4-0-4.
Yeah, Tien was big. Again, I think Weibo really pitched that one. I think we really saw Weibo get a lead where I really felt like with K'Sante, Wukong, Aurora, like we can do things later on in this game, right? It's just that they fell flat. Like I think they forced a lot of fights where they were down numbers in that sequence, and just a weird one for Weibo as things kind of fell apart at the seams for them right there. And you can't give a team like Top Esports any mistakes like that, as they took it and ran with it and turned the game around.
They did indeed. And hey, if you're gonna take down a top team like Top Esports, you gotta make sure you close the door. Any early advantage that's never going to be a guaranteed win, and Top Esports are known to take those late game fights and be able to turn things around. So I think Weibo maybe going to have to go back to the drawing board a little bit here, because Top Esports definitely drafted a little wonky with the Kiana, getting a little bit of a chat essence from Kanavi there. But what the big importance for me is that they shored it up with a ton of things that you know can win the game as long as you get to 25-30 minutes.
Yeah, well, Top Esports, I guess, game 1 review, not exactly as we thought the plan would be for Top, but they still take care of business against Weibo. First pick Kiana, interesting, but hey, Top Esports might be, I think that's going to be unique to Weibo. I don't think we're going to see that one again. Definitely, though, very clear that they have high priority on Kiana, as this champion is just a combination of too slippery and too impactful when it comes to those, that ultimate and the supreme display of talent, where it's like, yeah, between that and the clear speed that you have, this pick has to be respected. And to see Kanavi even be able to bounce back into this game, see what to do later on, was big. But frankly, I thought a lot of it was the pieces around him. It was a big game from Cream on the rise. So he really stepped up and carried.
And that's what's really awesome, actually, to see, because I wouldn't say that Cream has had a bad split itself. And I would say he's gotten some of the focus and resources sometimes, but I wouldn't say he's also been like, oh my God, he's contesting night for best in the league. Even though we see top esports consistently at the top of the standings, at least, and finding a lot of success in the regular season. So it's nice to see him paid off with like subtle resources in this one and build up to that hyper carry potential.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, for top esports, at least they were able to show some resiliency in this match. I mean, if this team does want to go deep into the playoffs, we said that in the past. I mean, I think they've had issues putting it together, had issues with pressure or nerves. I mean, they haven't been the same team in some big matches as they have in the regular season. I think that whether that's teams catching up or them not performing, it is what it is if you look at the tape. But looking at the tape of this one, they were down early on. Weibo made some mistakes. They punished it very heavily. I think it was off the back of mostly Kareem, Kanavi, and shout out to Hong, too, on the Alistar. I thought he had a pretty solid game. So, overall, top esports take what I think should have been a game that was in Weibo's favor, like kind of from here, and turn it on its head.
Yeah, I think it was so promising for Weibo, and maybe going back to the points that you talked about and being a Weibo fan, having some of those doubts across the board, but it is a situation where you had such a big advantage, not in gold, but it felt like in map pressure, right? They were only ever up, a couple thousand. But then you started seeing like the blast come play and stuff like that.
That was a great play from Hong. I didn't realize he caught light there. And the blast cone of doom.
I'm still questioning it. I'm still questioning. Xiaohu has to say to TN, like, bro, what are you doing?
I mean, they have to blast cone together or just away from the Kiana, because that Kiana ult is what caught them. And again, this is the sequence that lost them the game. I don't know how else to explain the sequences. I mean, we've just watched the tape play for, what, a minute straight here? We're going to see a second Supreme Display of Talent come down and, like, wrap up the fight. And it has been Weibo down numbers and down conditions for the entirety of the duration of this clip. Like,
yeah,
there's really nothing else to say in terms of how things came falling apart at the seams.
Watch him breathe and Tien try to go in there. And then this one right here.
Look, I've gotten a lot of flack as I think a caster on here for being critical of some of our LPL. I'm not being critical enough of what Weibo did in that sequence. I'm going easy on him, guys. I don't want to take away too much from top esports.
Right? I got the leash over here. I'm holding him back.
Oh, that was
back, bro.
I mean, that's the type of play I don't even expect to see on Friday when I'm casting NACL finals, man. That's yeah.
It is yeah. It's a little bit tough, especially for Weibo, who it wasn't nearly the cleanest series ever against AL. That was a down and dirty series and very one-sided in a lot of cases. So I do see a world, obviously, where Weibo kind of wiped the slate clean after this one and find that come up. This is a tough one to take in, right? Like, you had literally TN, like one of your most impactful players, in such a point of promise and not able to pay that off.
Yeah, it's not. I guess
Dakulov goes back in against.
Honestly, like, TN was in a really good state. But I feel like more of this game is on Xiaohu and him just not having a real impact on Aurora. And look, when it comes to Weibo, like we set up, it really has been Xiaohu on facilitators, like hard dedicated to playing facilitators. I mean, this guy in the last series, those 5 games, he played Talia, Annie, Ryze, Morgana, TF, in that order. The Ryze has been taken away. Aurora is a very, very, very powerful pick on this patch. He did not look good in it in that game, and I want to see if Weibo goes back to the identity they've been winning with so far, which really has been, again, Xiaohu dedicated to making sure that he can facilitate for the mid lane.
Yeah, and we could see some of that side laning pressure as well that we know him for, and see what kind of picks he wants to go to. Maybe Talia ends up rising a little bit here as well, because I do
would
think
not
there are
give him
some.
Talia.
No,
I'd never give that man Talia. He's too good at it. I think that is worth a deny.
He's way too good.
Kareem picks up the pog.
There you go. Hey, first one of the playoffs there for him, but 5th one on the season itself. But the Ryze with the big damn coming in here in game number 1.
We call it a boom boom damage vote.
The boom damage.
LCK.
There you go.
Yes. Or boom boom damage. But Mazel, that's game 1. Get one order of business to take care of before we hop over to game 2.
We do.
And that's going to be a shout out to all of our coffee, especially our elite coffee subscribers, Mazel.
Okay, I appreciate the tee up. Yeah, if you'd like to support the LPL English, consider becoming a coffee member. It's the best way to support the LPL English product directly, and vast majority of your contributions go directly to the show, to helping the broadcast itself, to paying the volunteers that try to make this a daily occurrence. which we've been pretty successful at this year. Make sure you go sign up, join our coffee, get a little bit of access to content as well. As we move forward into the playoffs, it's the most important time as ever as we're getting to the end of the year here. But that's it for game number 1. Top Esports find a dominant win in the end. Can Weibo come back? We'll be able to tell the story after this break.
Hey everyone, I'm Sajed, ADC for Dark Zero in the NACL, and I'm here to break down this FPX backdoor and our prodiff deep dive. Baron is spawning in 1 minute, and that's the objective to play for, and the next mid wave coming out of base kind of dictates which team will get set up. FPX kind of has a cheat code because they took the enemy inhibitor, so they have the super minions, which will help them push the wave faster and makes their wave tankier. And Silas, he's down 7k gold. He kind of knows he's pretty useless, so he opts to not even show on the side wave and just goes in overgroups on mid wave. On the flip side, IG has rookie TP to the top lane, and then he shifts down to mid. So that's the 2 big advantages FPX has going into this fight. They have TP advantage on their mid laner, and they took the enemy inhibitor. So the fight starts really well for IG. They burn a bunch of the enemy sums and ults, but the problem is since they contested from top river, they never actually got the wave. Instantly they start running to the wave. They take the fight away from the TP-less Victor, who's the most fed member in the game, and they just walk the wave down. They know that the game went long enough that winning a 5v5 is not the only way to win the game. They want to play around their advantages, and taking the fight away from the TP-less Victor and into the enemy nexus is their best bet. IG made the mistake of over chasing into the enemy vision, and they never actually caught the wave. So FPX is actually able to just hit the nexus turrets and threaten an end. Gala never recalled. He opted to just walk to his nexus. Maybe he thought it was faster, but he never actually gets the impact the fight, and FPX actually does get the backdoor off. So in the end, it's really important to know what your advantages are in a game and just playing around them. FPX did that very well from a losing situation and actually won the game off that. Thanks for watching. You can check out one-on-one coaching from me and other pros at prodiff.gg. To stay up to date on everything LPL English, follow at LPL_English on Twitter, and make sure to catch the games on LPL's English Twitch or YouTube. We'll see you next time.
Well, just like me, my delivery driver never made it with my goods. Well, Weibo never made it with theirs, unfortunately, for game number 1, as I had to throw it a little bit tight there. But Top Esports ended up finding a dominating win in game number 1. Maybe not the way we expected. The first pick, Kiana, paid off. It looked beautiful. And now they set themselves up for a little bit of a run here in this best of 5. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. And we've got Bread behind the scenes for pushing the buttons. Game 2 on the horizon.
In the words of our elite coffee subscriber, Forrest Without, I'm just stunlocked. We managed to lose a game with a 4-0 Wukong at 20 minutes, up 2-0 Dragons. Not entirely sure this is even possible without someone literally going AFK. Weibo,
it was possible.
You know, they did manage to lose it by, after that, Otacon fighting down numbers for the next, like, 2.5 minutes. That was kind of tough. But yeah, Weibo gonna have to show a little bit more discipline on the next map if they want to win that game, and we'll see if Weibo can do it. I mean, again, they did beat AL. I don't think that AL was in the best form for that series, but Top Esports was gonna be a different challenge. And game 1, again, I thought Weibo had a really good early plan. I mean, TES smurfed the early game, frankly. I thought he played that jungle matchup really well. It's just that as a team, I think looking back, them even starting the Otacon in the first place was a bit of a bold. I've been starting to track how many flowers you're getting off of Otacon. I think that's very telling for actually some of the value of it, because I do think the experience of the flowers is very significant. I mean,
it is.
You get 50 plus flowers in a game, like that's worth a level, right? And that's worth adaptive force, a good chunk of it too. But if you're not getting a lot of flowers, I mean, I think the argument that I didn't bring up in that last game that I think is very valid is if you don't do that Otacon, instead you take the 3rd dragon, you might even be able to find a trade. Guess what? You can threaten Soul for the rest of the game. That might just be a better game plan or win con for you later on, especially when you're forcing fights early. I spent a lot of time talking about the scaling advantage that I felt like Weibo had in that game. A little bit different when you start forcing things that fast, that early. And
I gotta ask you though, Cubby. Gotta ask you. I love to dramatize everything. I love to look way too far into things. What the hell do you do as Tien right now, bro? You just got gapped. You just got first pick Kianadon. What do you do?
Play better. I mean, he didn't get gapped. He was gapping. It was 4-0-4. I think.
And then he blast code Xiaohu to doom.
Yeah, I mean, you could pray that you don't have a Chemtech Soul. That could be big, you know. Yeah, there were a couple of mistakes made by Weibo in that one.
Look at all the focus from Top Esports on Tien, though. They know that they can't let this guy get back up.
Wow, I mean, Poppy just could be denied from Tien, I guess, for the entirety of playoffs. Welcome back to LPL playoffs. It's funny how, when we get later into the season and games get higher stakes, all of a sudden you see more Jarvan, you see more Sejuani, you see more Poppy emerge from the... It's kind of funny how all the supportive champions just reemerge when playoffs come around,
It's crazy. It's like teams want to win.
Yeah, it's like playing off of flash timers is really important fundamental League of Legends, and champions that can force that
you learn something
really
new
strong.
every day.
Yeah.
You learn something new every day. Well, we'll see if Tien continues to get bans. No, it's going to be the Galio towards Xiaohu. They don't want to give that supportive facilitator, like you talked about, over to the man himself. We'll see what Weibo want to go for first pick. It's the Annie first pick.
Slam Annie. I mean, I think it's really telling for what Weibo is as a team. They have Talia up on the board, by the way. I mean, if I'm Top Esports, it's a bad match against Annie. But you could take it and take another facilitator away from Xiaohu. If you can find a pairing for it, that's always nice. But Cream, he's played a lot of the Orianna. Expect to see this into the Annie, and we'll see if they pair it with the Jarvan, which would instantly give you a game where you have a lot of pressure against flash timers.
Nocturne. Dang it. I want a Nocturne. All right, insta-lock of the J4. We have been seeing this rise in a lot of priority. Rumble, funnily enough, is still on the table.
Yeah, I don't want to pick Rumble if I'm Weibo right now. I think that your options is Weibo. Yeah, maybe for top. I think bot lane is what you're looking at. You could secure a jungle pairing, but you can also eat a couple bans as TN, because with Annie, you can find a lot of fun pairings later on. I think Annie really opens up your jungle pool to carries, especially with Jarvan showing. I mean, you could realistically eat a Zed ban, eat a Xin Zhao ban, eat a lot of other bans that you could throw out the target at TN. So I would drop jungle here. I would rather pick support or just lock down a top laner if you really feel like that's important. But with Kai'Sa showing, I think taking support's nice. So Nautilus Rel likely candidates here on the board. I think Rel interacts a lot better with this game, what's showing early on. Or Nico, which could also work for Chris too. So
yeah, I love the Nico here with the Kaisa combination as well. But it's also something that Top Esports ended up banning away last game as well towards Light himself. So giving him some carry potential here yet again. And the Rumble with the Hot Pot special ends up coming through.
And look, this is a Rumble too. Like, think about, I've talked a lot about the Rumble nerfs that came in. 20 damage off of a rank 5 Q and 1% max HP off the overheat. That has a bigger impact on the tank matchups, right? We already saw Sion and Ornn be picks that you can play into Rumble. Now, I think Sion bad in the Rumble, Ornn better. Regardless, both playable. Look at the champions off the board. Sion and Ornn actually banned out by Weibo Gaming themselves. And now we have Ambessa taken away. That is Breathe's most played champion and a good pick against Rumble. And now, if you want to, you could take Gwen away too. I don't even think Gwen's a good champion right now for Weibo. Like, what are you going to play into this Rumble if you're Breathe? I think your pool's really narrow just in game 2.
We'll see. Maybe he goes with something a little bit spicy. We do see the Nocturne
I like the ban. I like the ban a lot,
Weibo,
actually.
just in case.
No, I was going to give that one a shout out. It would allow you to get that attack Rumble in side lanes, get backline access to. Spell Shield really valuable against Orianna as well. So, yeah. And then we have a Xayah and a Rel ban now that Nico's locked in. So, look, I'm expecting Ezreal Karma to show up here for Jackulov and Hong, and frankly, I think that's good. Like,
it's pretty good, yeah.
I would take Ezreal Karma in a heartbeat this game. That, or you could go for a Lucian lane, but just take the Karma.
I could see the Lucian lane, yeah.
Take the Karma.
I think you just save it, right? Oh, the Sivir instead. Okay.
I will say, Sivir, we have seen Kaisas be able to delete Sivers later on.
Yeah,
if you're able to get to the back line. So we'll see what kind of peel Hong's going to be able to take, or if it does end up being a Sivir Karma in this game, which I still expect to see a Karma. I really do. It's just kind of been the answer in a Nico.
All right, Tien, what you got? Let's see what he's willing to go with. Him and Breathe going to be the final picks for Weibo. The Aatrox does end up giving a little bit of comfort to Breathe.
In a game where you have to hit sweet spots, I know Aatrox can make life difficult for Sivir to auto-attack, but, like, I think your game sucks here as Aatrox. Like, the Jarvan-Orianna combo is coming down on, if you're able to get one shot from that, your goal is to make it hard for Sivir to auto-attack, but you know Karma's coming in. I guess they get a Serpent's Fang user, maybe, later on, but I really favor Top Esports composition here. I think the biggest challenge for Top Esports is that it really is a kind of a pseudo frontline with Jarvan. He's got to be really flexible with the Flag and Drags and the Cataclysms to make sure that he's not overextended or in too much trouble. Because there's not a lot of tankiness on him in the first place, and not around, like, on the champions around him either, if you look at Rumble and Karma. On the flip side, for Weibo, I think they got to play really hard early. And they have the power to do that. You have Annie, you have Xin Zhao. Kaisa can try and find these dives and be flexible, but Annie and Annie's immobile. Xin Zhao gets terrain gated, and I'm seeing the move speed of a Sivir, the move speed of a Karma, and then the Orianna, Jarvan, Rumble, like that hot pot, that power of the Shockwave combo too. And I see a very difficult game if Weibo gets behind or their flashes are down. If they aren't able to use the power their champs get ahead early on and play with a lead, I think on even footing as this game moves on, definitely advantage going over to Top Esports on that red side.
I gotta say, it's leaning, though, into some of the advantages we saw from Weibo in that game. Like, if you think about it, the early game actually looked really good from Weibo. And now they're really opting into an early game style comp.
It did. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. Like, I still don't like it for Weibo. I really don't see, like, I think that their comp gets neutralized by so much of what Top Esports can do. Looking at Karma, looking at, like, Sivir Orianna going late, just wave clear that they have. I don't think that Weibo as a team, like, they do not clear waves very well at all as a team. Aatrox, Annie, Kaisa, they are terrible at clearing waves. So they get behind it all, I think it's big trouble.
Light took the IG skin on Kaisa. Disrespect to a max as we get into game number 2 for Weibo versus Top Esports.
Disrespect, respect. It's just the best Kaisa skin too, Mazel.
Which one is it? It all depends on how he feels about it.
It's just the best skin.
That's actually so funny though. Like what a Chad move, bro. But like you say, it could be out of respect. It could be disrespect. Who knows? I feel like as a player, you'd be feel very personalized to that skin. Maybe you don't want anybody else to touch it. But you also get proceeds from it. So, you know, here or there.
Well, not on Tournament Realm. Where
oh, yeah, true.
I think it's cool. Speaking of cool, I know new patch hitting tonight for League of Legends. T1 skins will be in the shop.
Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't be promoting that on the LPL stream, but, you know. We promote esports
cool.
here.
They're the world champions. All right, they deserve it.
I was the one advocating that it was taken out of respect, not out of spite.
Yeah. We'll see if we end up getting some of those LCK. I feel like if you use those LCK skins, the world skins in the LPL, I feel like there might be some tough questions asked. But we'll see if we get any of them in the future once we get that patch here. But on the jungle side of things, we are going from top to bot. Both junglers taking the same clear sides. So we could see a bit of a rumble in the bot side, and I'm not talking about that top lane matchup.
I think bot lane pressure makes a lot of sense here from Weibo. That said, we'll see if Tien takes any pit stops mid. Annie versus Orianna. You got to use those stuns to threaten the Orianna early on in the game. If not, I mean, you get outscaled against the Orianna pretty bad. So
I'm surprised Tien is 3-7 on Xin Zhao.
I think it speaks to how bad Weibo's been.
Yeah.
Not Tien. Then again, Xin Zhao is a champion. There's only so much skill expression on Xin Zhao, let's be honest.
Yeah, we'll see if he can express some of that skill here. Because I was really interested in how this Weibo comp comes together. And Tien needing to have a lot of impact. If you look, the 7-0 Jarvan for Kanavi. My goodness.
That's big. I think Jaculov 6-3 Sivir. Again, this guy has been so damn good on Sivir since she's really made a pretty big appearance back into the meta that we have here with Fearless. Feels like a lot of teams are prepping for Sivir games, whether they want it for themselves or getting ready and willing to play against. Jaculov, for me, has been hands down the best Sivir that we've had in the LPL. As we're going to see the pressure from the Karma lane continue. And again, a big concern that I have this game. Like we talk about, and this is part of why I really don't like the Weibo comp. Talk about some... Oh, we were going to talk about basically macro of Jaculov.
That's cleanse and heal.
Caught a tangled barb.
Oh, Tien. Oh, no, Tien, he's just going to go for the kill. Going to go for Jaculov. Gets the flash out. He gets the boomerang blade right back to him. It's going to be first blood for Weibo. They get the kill for Light, but now it's going to be traded back. The healing coming clutch. Jaculov going down. Kanavi versus Light. The last two left, but a double kill for Light. The saving grace. And Kanavi can't connect the flag and drag. That'll be a 2-for-2 in the bot side and chaos early in game 2.
I think you'll take that as Weibo. It's gold where you want it with Light. I know that Kanavi got pretty big himself, 2-0. He can move that gold that he's going to have for himself around the map, try and use that to throw his weight around on the map. But I'll take a big Kai'Sa because you can really pressure delete that Sivir later on. If you're able to sync up your tools and get on top of the Sivir, that's definitely going to be the game plan here for Weibo, and why I think it's really important that they have an early lead. Just because, I mean, again, the wave clear is very grim. That's part of why I get so concerned about Weibo, because as a comp, I think that they are really good if they're able to push out waves and then get control. I mean, think of Nico angles, think of Annie angles, think of that setting up a Kai'Sa. As right now we see the angle that Tien tried.
Shout out to Tien, because like if he doesn't go for that, I feel like it looks a lot worse.
I think there's a world where he might have been able to get on Jaculov with the Q3 actually, with a flash of his own. So it could have been better for me. But I think going in was the right call, which I know is what you're kind of hinting at there, himself.
Yeah.
I think he could have went further in. Found the idiot, because Jaculov for me doesn't have spell shield up until he uses it in the fight. And I think if you're able to get the Q3 and maybe the combo there, you would get all your damage into one target instead of being split.
Yeah. I do like this from Kanavi, kind of hovering with his lead over where the lead ended up being for Weibo, just trying to see if he can up in that a bit on the Light. One thing I know is that Kai'Sa hates to see Jarvan coming. And we'll see if Kanavi can find his promised land with that. Now I'm looking at Tien, though, trying to get some influence back onto this map. There is the dragon up, had just spawned about 30 seconds ago. We know these teams don't necessarily like to early focus those dragons so far in this series, but then the grubs are up in about 2 minutes as well.
So, returning to kind of this wave clear point I'm trying to set up here, Mazel. Like, a lot of, I mean, Sivir's power as a champion. We always talk about late game Sivir, or like base defense Sivir, right? Balloons tower defense Sivir.
Yeah.
Obviously, the wave clear, like, for me, it's a big part of getting Sivir to the late game. Just the fact that, like, she can delete these waves. She wants to play the waves, not the fights themselves, because she can be so dominant over these waves and deleting them, as we see Jackie Love as a cannon, that we, like, she can get the items and then kind of play PvE until she's ready to PvP. And that's my concern with Weibo, that I feel like in order for them to PvP this game, they need angles. Like, whether it's Annie approaching from Fog, Aatrox on an angle, trying to set up, like, these Wombos, too. It's harder to get those when the enemy team has so much wave clear and priority, and are going to be able to, you know, have times where your wave, like, you have to respond to a wave that's crashing into you. That means that the enemy team's in Fog and you're on vision of the wave. I think that Weibo would be a lot happier with that inverse, right? They don't have access to pretty much any wave clear in this comp. I think later game, if they want to delete a wave, it's got to come from Tibbers, which is not ideal. So, for me,
speaking of Tibbers,
that's part of why I get so concerned for Weibo in this one, because I don't know how many windows or opportunities are going to get early on to play fast, because the waves will just not be theirs. And then when it gets late, it's just grim.
We'll see if they get a chance. As Crisp, he's going to find out that they are trying to steam up top lane. His flash still available for Light. He's playing very respectfully with it. Kanavi was trying to make yet another attempt at top lane. Won't end up finding anything up there, and the farming will continue. About 20 seconds for those grubs.
For example, like, one of the perks that the wave clear Sivir Karma got is that Jackie Love was behind in this lane. Well, he got a base in, and he's back, and he's pretty much even or ahead on items versus Light now. So these are the small things where I think you can just find windows, kind of get back into the game. Wave clear is really important. I think forcing flashes, again, really important in these big games. Top esports have a lot of good tools to use to do that.
Oh, that ward. Yeesh. Didn't actually end up seeing Kanavi. They actually don't know that he's up here. He could be looking for the dive. Crisp is going to walk around the corner, get the bad news. Cataclysm slam dunk from Kanavi. The guy's on a rampage.
It's not stopping either. He's stuck around. Light's dead too.
Oh, the flash comes out. Light should be able to survive for a little bit longer, but not long enough. Jackie Love will take the extra shot, so he will probably have to back off, but that's Top Esports taking whole house sale on top side.
Kanavi even tried to style too. He tried to go for the EQ flash and guess the flash of Light. I'm not going to warrant that one. Don't try that one at home. Definitely wasn't worth it for Kanavi. Would have been a hell of a fancy play if he did hit it. If you flash in the EQ with Jarvan, you do lose out on that Q damage. That's where a lot of your kit comes from. So if you're at home, the EQ flash, it's a cool mechanic, but avoid it if you can. Q damage is the most important. As a really nice shockwave from Cream and a better sidestep on the barbs. Make sure that he gets out of that one A-okay. Good use of shockwave, pulling Annie backwards away from the Orianna. As Cream continues to stabilize that wave, he's sitting on a catalyst. Going to be the rower for himself. Feeding into the scaling he's going to be doing this game on the Orianna.
Maybe that's just the kind of what was on the blackboard at the front of the room for Cream today. He's just the scaler of the comp so far in both games. And going to be feeling pretty good there. But, okay, Light might get caught out here. This is a little bit troublesome for Light. He's going to get rooted down. Yeah, don't take his skin against him, or he's going to be a little angry. Takes him down about a little bit lower than half health, and that will be the push coming through from Top Esports. Now on the bot side, this might tee up the dragon for them. But can we talk about Kanavi, man? The elephant in the room at this point. 3-0 on the Jarvan, but it has been a masterclass from him so far today across both games.
I don't know, man. He still kind of got baptized early on by Tien in game one. This game's been very, very clean from him. But I still really feel like Kanavi's benefiting out of his laners just being stronger at the moment. He has made some good shows. He got the double kill, right? Like, they won the 3v3. That 3v3 was already winning because the Sivir and the Karma were winning out. He's been the big benefactor out of this early on, Mazel, but... yeah, I mean, look at these waves. Like, it's just as Annie and Kaisa being consistently jailed. And yeah, that dragon timer that you called out as you were looking out for. Looks like that's the wave. That Top Esports going to like to take it. 369.
That was a little close. And he's going to have a welcome party come towards him. He's going to try to get the back off, but there's no way he gets it off in time. He's going to try to get out of this one. Tibbers comes down, and the bodyguards of Weibo collapse onto 369.
Didn't cheat the wave, so going to be Rumble for the Dragon. I think Top Esports going to be happy with that one, but Weibo going to do their best with the grubs to try and get first brick. Going to be very important for the Feats race, as if Top Esports secures first brick for themselves, it will be Feats secured. So, going to wrap up this play as Weibo. I think their map response overall was okay, but it still was a Mountain Drake over to Top Esports, and they are the scaling Sivir comp to now have a dragon that flies themselves 5 minutes later on if things get grim. So, I very much favor where top ends still, but good play from
Oh, Xiaohu. Okay, he should be fine. Kanavi really wants him. He is down 2 levels. Xiaohu. Kanavi's ruthless, man. He just walks at him here as they were getting collabs from Hung as well.
This is what we call tempo gaming, Zell. Because again, Xiaohu has no TP. So by...
He can't leave.
Yeah, he's jailed now, and Sivir Karma are just going to continue to delete waves. If Annie gets jailed like this, look at the items. It is a completed Essence Reaver on Jaculov versus a component in the Revolver for Xiaohu. So, yeah, he's going to be forced to base, but if so, he's basing on a crappy wave. His base got canceled again. Like, this is just damn good league. Being played by Top Esports as, yeah, when you're a scaling team, guys, it doesn't mean that you have to wait to see if an enemy makes mistakes. It just means you have to be smart about the plays you make. Plays you make, like stopping tempo like this, could be really valuable. Look at this window that you just bought for your Sivir. I know it's a good game state already for Jaculov. Like, because they canceled Xiaohu's base like 50 gazillion times, they just got Sivir 2 plates and like free time. He's up a level against Light. He's up items against Light. Jaculov, who started the game behind, is a very happy camper.
Yeah, and on top of all that, we touched on at the very beginning the fact that this is a Weibo comp that wants to be proactive. They want to be finding advantages. They want to be in the lead. And they are not that right now, as we see plates coming across the board.
They took 0 wave clear across their composition. And that's part of why, I mean, I was kind of concerned about the Rumble answers. Because I think where Rumble was picked in this game was so good. Like, think of the most common picks, the most common matchups we see in the Rumble. I feel like the first 4 or 5 picks in response were all off the board in Aurora, Cassante, Scion, and Lauren. And then Ambessa.
Oh, wait, like, Kanavi just like snuck through the enemy lines here. Now Crisp is on the wrong side of the fight. He's going to get the Pop Blossom out. That's going to be double TPs coming in. Top Esports going to try to respond to Breathe TPing up. That will be both top laners joining the tussle. Tien, he's still looking, but Kanavi knows he was waiting for it, and he goes forward. Cataclysm on it too, and Kanavi is just dancing on him here. He throws him the Q and ends up finding the kill in the end. Tien's got a flash and die still to the boomerang, and the combo from Cream. Breed's gonna hit the Q sweet spots. He does end up taking down Kanavi. That's a big shutdown going over. Now Top Esports trying to reposition on this fight. Light going away with the Killer Instinct. Look at Breed. Breed trying to heal so much. Breed is doing work, and Light is untouched through all of this. Light is making a monster out of himself as he gets gunned down by 369. Unfortunately, nobody can escape the flames of the Flame Spitter.
Well, Top Esports, they end up winning out of the fight. It was haywire in the back half thanks to some good play from Light and Breathe, but the fight at the start was too good from Top Esports because Kanavi and 369, they split it up. The TP from 369, look at where he's at in this fight. Oh, okay, it's too late. They completely split the fight, given where 369 TP'd. He TP'd at the ward on the wall. It split Xiaohu and Tien away from the rest of Weibo, and Kanavi is able to pick one side of fight with the Cataclysm. It's no flash available onto Annie. Tien doesn't get any help from his teammates because they're too far away because Top Esports split the fight early on, and it requires heroics from Light and Breathe just to make this a pretty much a soft landing loss. But the fight setup from Top Esports was so damn good early on that they were able to just easily pick one side of it and sign up for a very winning fight.
369 was having a field day, bro. He was having a great time as the top laners finally finding big impact into the fights. I know we were a little bit questioning the Q sweet spots from Breathe, and now we're questioning Cream's life on the bot side of the map. He will get the redemption coming through, and the rest of his team's coming. They're also going to take the turret that feeds to Top Esports as Weibo. We're trying to collapse.
Weibo's map is on fire. Again, there is too much wave clear.
Oh, Tien! Pop Blossom coming back as a counter onto Kanavi. It is going to be rebuffed, and Kanavi goes down. Overextended as he thought they had Tien dead to rights.
They can still play the wave, though. Like, Cream is just still trying his best to delete these waves. The team's rotating over.
It's too little, too late. Weibo have dove the World Ender as he will fall in the end. It still matters that Weibo find promise.
I don't get why Top Esports played defense there. Like, even that ult that they found where the first shockwave, I don't understand why Cream just didn't use that on the wave, and why Top Esports just didn't sign up to playing 2 waves versus the 1 of Weibo. Like, if you play that for, what, 3 waves, like the sequence that we just saw, you could have found a decently winning scenario instead. Kind of a losing scenario where Weibo, they were able to get a turret, they were able to get that second dragon and got some gold over, because Top Esports played into the side of the map that wasn't theirs, right? They were already losing bot. They tried to play to rescue Cream instead of playing to max out their win in the other 2 lanes.
A little bit of question marks do end up bringing Weibo back into the fold here. Rift Herald is available, and Top Esports are redeploying up to this side of the map.
And look, if I'm top after that one, like, Kanavi's still ahead. He doesn't have Cleaver yet. I might wait till I get 2 items, because you're still, like, you're at the point as Top Esports where you're ahead, but you're not 2 items, like, you aren't at 2 items before your opponent is at 2 items ahead yet. They still have majority components to try and get to the 2 item mark, so I know this Rift Herald's tantalizing, but I think this could be a decent fight for Weibo if they can find it early enough to sign up for it.
They need to call the bluff. They need to get in there, because it's now getting very low. Tien versus Kanavi, but it's Kanavi that gets it in the end. Tien doesn't even get into range, and Rift Herald with a later play on the line for Top Esports.
I thought that could have been an opportunity. Just, again, looking at items, I think that things get worse as time goes on. Like, Black Cleaver is going to be in for the next base of Kanavi. That's a bigger advantage for sure.
Oh, Hung. He stepped right up to that one. They don't have a turret. Equalizer is going to be used from distance. Trying to set the hot pot. He was getting the flames ready, but Kanavi didn't put the pot down. And that'll be Top Esports trying to move on to the play on top side, then TP Cream to the mid lane to clear that one out.
I mean, look, that TP is still going to be up for the Dragon. Won't be up for the Otacon, which is worth noting, but still, Top Esports going to be able to play and catch the majority of their waves. It is kind of nice for Breathe. This is a great timer in the game for Breathe to set up a freeze here, folks. If you're at home, look at the objective timers. Nothing up for the next couple minutes. Look at the camps. Nothing up on that side of the map for Weibo. Breathe should have held that freeze. He could have kept that going and could have forced Top Esports to play 2 lanes. That was the right time for Breathe to hold that freeze. Also the right time for Cream to hold it on his side. But looks like it's going to be the handshake.
And you know where you could learn some of that from? You could learn that from prodiff. If you go to prodiff.gg, you can get one-on-one coaching from pros in the LTA, in the NACL, and the ERLs. As prodiff.gg. Go get your coaching today. Use LPL 10 to save 10% on your coaching sessions.
Yeah, ask him about waves. Tell him Cubby sent you. Ask him what Cubby said about their careers. They're from NACL, you know? Maybe we can work a couple things. I think my favorite quote was from Diamond, which is Cubby's right about 85% of the time, and then 15% of the time he makes me really angry, and he's really wrong.
Nice.
I'd
agree with that.
That was an honest one, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have as much info as the pros, you know? I could only get early season GM. Don't play scrims. A lot of scrim data that we miss out on. Yeah, that scrim data led to a first pick Kiana. Who knows? But
true.
What we do know, Rift Herald crashing in that bot outer turret. 2K gold lead going over to Top Esports. They secure that outer turret. The last outer turret they had to knock down for themselves.
Yeah, that's standing gold. Now 2,000 gold up. About 30 seconds for the Atacon, which will be on the top side of the map. Then we have Dragon in a minute and a half. Both teams have gotten 1 Dragon apiece already, so no team really threatening that soul point just yet. But we are an Infernal Soul, and I think that does up the priority of that Dragon stacking.
Yeah, a lot of damage in this game, frankly, given that we have 2 Enchantress, or I guess a Mage support and then Enchantress support, right? So, be a big one. I mean, another point towards the scaling of Top Esports, by the way, the fact they're going to have access to Redemption. Whereas, we'll see if Nico's able to fit one in. Redemption, again, is just such a fight-changing item that we've seen.
They have Gwynsu's Kaisa. I mean, they could threaten the Atacon, and I was wondering if they were willing to start this one up.
Again, they don't need to.
They feel like they need tempo. They feel like they need pressure.
But, you're signing up to take objective resists, and now you're just gonna get tickled by Top Esports. But here comes Chris.
Oh, Jackie Love's gonna have to flash out of this pit if he wants to get out. I don't know how Top Esports put themselves there, but unfortunately they will both have to flash. I'm so confused.
that was
on
not
this
good.
Screen right now from both sides.
In spite of that, though, I mean, the positive for Top Esports is that while Hong and Jackie will have put themselves in the pit for whatever reason, Weibo still started the Otacon and lost half their health.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Both sides are like, wait, what?
At least we TP back, but Tien's going to be stuck at half, and lights down. 369 is snuck in.
Xiaohu goes for the play on a cream. The flash comes out, though, and that's a nice return. Equalizer coming in. Otacon. It's going to go the way of Kanavi yet again. It is just purely a jungle diff this game, as we see Weibo try to pull off the inevitable fight here, as it is right now just a 1-for-1. Breathe is trying to be this front line for Weibo as they make their escape, and they should be successful.
All right. That was a sequence. I will say Top Esports didn't get a ton of flowers off that. Something that LS has been really consistent in talking about is the flowers you get for Otacon and how teams have been signing up. I mean, Otacon, I still think is one of the most OP objectives in the game if you get a lot of flowers out of it. And the resistance shred does make it a really diabolical fight. I'm with you, Mazel. Weibo need to continue to find ways to make this game more volatile, but I don't think that the sequence ends up being very worth it for them, as both teams kind of sign up to drop a lot of waves to fight this one. And I want to see teams be more disciplined about finding ways to give Otacon. Like, I'm pretty sure that only 12 flowers went over to the side of Top Esports. Is there at 22 total? That's not worth dropping multiple waves over Otacon for. I think that's something where LS and some of the analysts that as we evolve how we talk about Otacon are definitely getting things right. So just highlighting that. Not a ton to talk about in the flip. More the idea of it. There's not a lot to talk about here. Is Breathe is down teleport, down flash, about to be down a life.
He's going to try to go for Hung. Does a decent amount of damage with that Cyclo sword, and he wants the kill. Doesn't find it. Breathe will be taken down slowly but surely by 369 of all people.
Shut down. Secured for 369's Rumble, too. We traded out for a turret as Xiaohu gets a pick up there.
Did you see that damage, though? That's insane.
The Cyclo sword
goes
big.
Nuts.
It was big. We'll see. I think he's going to go. We'll see what he goes for next. He still doesn't have a Sundered Sky on this build, but I got to say, like, Sundered Sky is not exactly useful this game, given the only melee you can really consistently hit on that team is Jarvan. He's got Flag and Drags all the time, so I kind of dig the build out of Breathe. I feel like it's appropriate given the game, even if we don't see it a lot. Kanavi's sending it.
Yeah, Kanavi is sending it. He's going to get the Killer Instinct out of Light to make it out of that pit with the Cataclysm. Tien now going to get ran down, going to pop the Crescent Guard, going to try to get out of this one. He's trying to heal up as much as he can from the Sundered Sky, but Cream will have his number. Go 3 kills now on the Orianna, and he is again having another game where he is slowly but surely scaling up to be a powerhouse.
Etienne was going for the Blast Cone there, was denied by Cream in the rotation, so if you thought Xin looked goofy, it was because he was trying to go for the Blast Cone, was denied, so Etienne, easy death, and Top Esports.
Get a tier 2?
I will say, Mazel, this is the second game in a row where Otacon has spawned. I know that contest from Weibo was, I think, close and justified, but even afterwards, I think the Top Esports comp has definitely come online, but we haven't seen Weibo exactly make great decisions after post-Otacon on how they recover on the map there. Definitely overextended in that top side. Good punish from Kanavi, who it looked like at first he kind of sent himself in there a little early, but hey, he removed 3/4 of Light's health on his own and walked out of there. So I feel like very justified on Kanavi's part to find that small skirmish. And again, give Top Esports wins on the map. That's a mid-inner turret now taken down.
And I know it's something small we talked about, but you got to keep it in your mind that, Weibo did tweet, haven't lost the series against Top Esports. And now with the way that Top Esports' comp works here, it might just be backs against the wall in this series. We haven't seen those glimpses that we were seeing in that series against AL for Weibo so far today. There was that at the very beginning of game number 1, that early game that looked so dominant, but since then, they have not seemed like themselves. We'll see if Light can get to this third item and really start gunning them down, but does that third item make a difference here, Cubby?
I don't know if it's going to be enough. Again, like Top Esports, they're the ones that have the scaling advantage. They're the ones with the 3K gold lead. They're the ones that are about to have the Enchantress support online. And it really makes the one-shots, like the shotgun composition, right? We have a burst Nico, a burst Annie, Kai'Sa wants to dive into the back line. We have a Aatrox that's building lethality. If the early fight doesn't go well for Weibo, the later fight's not going to go well for Weibo, so... Yeah. I think early on, definitely have to keep our eyes to see if Weibo can find that big splashy engage.
And I know I've been highlighting him a lot, and I think we're going to continue to do so if he keeps having a series like this. But Kanavi deserves so much praise for this. I mean, he's 100% KP on the Jarvan right now. Not only setting up for a lot of the team, but he is like kind of that go button for this game itself. But he's also been the go button for top esports. I'm not going to lie. I had doubts. I was like, what is Kanavi going to look like off of JDG? And it turns out he is just bloodthirsty. He seems out for vengeance. And while that hasn't led to the most successful year for them in the postseasons, he looks like he's ready to roll this time around.
Look, for me, I mean, Kanavi has always been a performer on top esports. I think I'm happier about what we've seen out of Cream so far this series. I know that
the quiet but strong, the stoic.
I've said a lot about top. I think this is a team that only gets as far as Cream takes them. I think Cream's the weakest link on this team, and when they've gone international, it's looked down Hong. It's Cream.
Okay.
I think when they've gone international, it's looked that way. I think Cream's champion pool is limited, and early on, I think they've put Cream on champions. He's very capable on. I think Cream has been very solid, very consistent, very stable so far, and that makes me a happy camper because I think that. Again, for top esports, that they really want to be that international global contender that we expect our top seeds out of LPL to be.
Oh, they got a catch!
Step up to compete against the best mids in the world as Weibo light steps up, takes down Hong over the wall. And could we see a Baron threat here?
That's the power of this comp. They have such heavy pick potential if you are caught out. He was on vision and is down. The Baron already started, already getting down to half health. Chris going for the Pop Blossom, finds two of them, and now Tien follows through. Cream gets out with the flash. Cataclysm coming in from Kanavi. Cream still surviving, going forward. He's still alive. Come for the king, you better not miss as they find more. And now the Atacon is coming alive for top esports. It starts to pop, and Weibo start to drop. You got the killer instinct not available from Light to follow through with that one with the Void Seeker, but it is a bloody fight.
Still a good play for Weibo. I think both teams have to reset. We'll see if we set our sights on the Baron or the Dragon. But for Weibo, that's the kind of condition they need to create, right, Leonard? It's a pick into just threat. Start the objective, get the damage going, just threaten all the angles that you can have. As Xiaohu, that Annie springs out of fog with a flash stun over the wall. Good setup here for Weibo to get something going. And then this fight, I mean, Cream is starting to poke his way around, and with Kanavi not there yet, they didn't have access to that Demacian standard, the flag, to try and find vision in the brushes. So Cream kind of walks up, gets caught off of a nice barb from Chris. And that set up what was a pretty decent fight here. I think Jackua burned his flash in to wrap up the Nico. I think that was a little bit early. They did a little bit early. The soul point was secured by top, but that's going to be traded out for Weibo taking the Baron.
Special shout out to Light, man. I called it from the draft. This guy has to step up. He is known to be that team fighter. He is who got Weibo over the hump just last year in their run to Worlds, and now he's on the Kai'Sa. Jackie loves IG Kai'Sa, and he is 6-2, almost 4 items in now.
Okay, this was an interesting choice from Top Esports, guys. Without getting like too much into the league science for this, I actually like this call from Top. They have Infernal Soul Point. They drop Baron for it. Now you might be like, Cubby, Baron is the better objective than Dragon. Yes, folks, that is very true. I'm not going to disagree with you there. But you know what we've been talking about for a good chunk of this game? That Top Esports comp does very well.
Scaling.
No. Something more specific than that. What helps with scaling? What does Baron empower, Zell?
Wave clear.
Wave clear. There we go. All right, try two. We got there. The wave clear. All right, how much can we actually threaten with this Baron? And if this Baron doesn't pick up actual gold for Weibo, guess what? You're Top Esports. You get to threaten Soul for the rest of the game, right? That's a really powerful string that you get to pull on if you're top. And so far with Weibo, we're halfway through the Baron. They've picked up nothing.
Yeah, and I don't think they will. I mean, they have like a small advantage from the Baron lead, but they can't really push the waves.
I am very down with what Top Esports did. Baron was 300 times 5. It's worth 1,500 gold. That Baron power play has only gotten Weibo 300 gold. I'd take a Dragon for that every day of the week. I really would. For 2K gold, with this state of the game, this game state between these two teams, I would rather be Top Esports, have the Dragon, drop that Baron, and not lose anything. I think this is really, 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 really nice from what Top's been able to do.
Also still just having this outer turret at almost full health. They just have a defensive bastion to hold themselves here in these wave clears. And look at that. Not even damage done to Jackie Love. An entire Baron wave gone.
So look, overall, Baron, 2K gold for Weibo. No objectives taken. I think if you're top esports, that's A-okay. You have Dragon Soul now. Get to threaten that for the rest of the game. You bought 5 more minutes for your carries to scale. You can buy, you can drop that, threaten Baron now whenever you want for the rest of the game. Baron damage will be very real. But have those carries picked up in the stead. Well,
they just
Cream,
can't even, man.
Void Staff, QSS for Jackie Love, who already has 3 items, so the core items are done. I think Jackie Love still has to be wary about a Kaisa being sent into the backline to shut him down. But overall, look, I don't think I have to be too pseudo-sciencey to say that I feel like that Dragon for Baron trade was actually pretty worth it. A good decision from Top Esports.
I gotta say, though,
they couldn't even touch the mid-outer turret. There's just too much
like, literally
liquid.
not even touch it. It's still full health almost at 32 minutes into the game. Like, that is unheard of. I will say, saving grace. A little bit of breathing room, if you will, and not just breathe. 4th item for Light. He now has the Maul Malmortis. He has that extra little bit of tankiness on some of the AP that's going to be coming through. You also have the GA for Tien to just throw his body in there for this dragon that's up in about 1 minute and 30.
Yeah, Maul. I'm going to say a bit of an interesting pickup here for Light, but that shield could be really big against Rumble. You're going to get your Kaisa, probably going to interact within Rumble's range. But it doesn't help you against the Sivir. And that's my concern, because Sivir at this point, Jackie Love with the Scimitar, by the way, gets access to Vamp, too. A little bit of lifesteal in there for the Sivir. That's going to be quite nice. He's a big one. And I think that Light's job with the team, it has to be to delete Jackie Love, who now has access to Spell Shield, Cleanse, Scimitar, and that Flash that he just got back. So, 50 seconds away from Dragon, which is now a soul for Top Esports. Dropping that Baron, by the way, and having those timers synced up. Baron spawns a minute later. Look at that. Minute 10 seconds later now on the Baron. They have plenty of time just to focus, use their wave clear, set up this Dragon. They've already set up the scaling aspect because they've been doing well all game. And it's even on the scoreboard, but Top Esports still feels very ahead in this game and have been for the majority of it.
30 seconds in, and there is no vision to speak of for Weibo. They're going to double TP. They say this is the time. We need to get advantage before this even comes down. Xiaohu wants to find the play, but can't do it.
Oh, no.
He's going to go for the vision play, and that it will be Weibo. Double TPs burned, finding a little bit of an entrance through this bottom side.
I mean, they're stuck. Like, they have to play through the bot side now. You can see Breathe. Might have an angle on Cream, though.
Oh, he tried to get up the flash play. Here comes the big play from Crisp, and he's down. Tien's going to go down to his GA forfeit as 5-man strong. Just bash him into the dirt. That's sold to Top Esports, and Top Esports are just the better team today.
I think Top, Cream, that was a good angle from Weibo to try onto Cream. It was going to be a really tough game to win.
369, bro. Oh, he just baited. Oh, no, Breathe. You fell for the ultimate bait, and Xiaohu might have just fallen for it, too.
Game.
As they're just flashing over, and that is going to be it. Top Esports have called game and potentially pushing Weibo to the brink for the first time between the organizations. And not only that, Top Esports haven't won a game on red side in the playoffs, so maybe adding that to their cap as well as they try to run down Xiaohu.
I really liked the draft that I saw from Top Esports in this game, and I really feel like they took advantage of a lot of the differing strengths that both these comps had. Again, Top Esports, we had talked about it a lot early on. Scaling and wave clear advantage. The way they used that, just dropping the Baron for that 3rd Dragon, I thought that was really smart. I mean, we were talking about dropping Otacons to secure dragons and threaten soul points. That's when we were dropping the more aggressive objective of the Baron. I think that it's undeniable that was a good choice from Top. It's given how they were able to play it out, and also just some of the theory behind it with the champs. I think that was really, really sound. So when you compare just the hands this team has with some of the brain power as well, that's what can make Top a really scary team come out of the LPL. When we do get games where they are on point making these decisions that we like, you pair that with the play, the angles these players can create, it's a pretty tough win. So Weibo going to be behind the 8 ball, going to need a reverse sweep likely in this one.
And the thing is this is 2 games in a row that Top Esports have said, we're just the better team. We're going to get a little bit of early game, but we're going to rely on our late game scaling to win us because we think we're the better team in those situations. And so far, they come up right 2 times in a row. I mean, obviously still have to finish this one out, but so far, so good with the scaling front of Top Esports. And the man, the myth, the legend in the jungle, still 100% KP, 36 minutes into the game on the Jarvan. We were wondering where this jungle pick was really going to be unfolded to, how he was going to be able to work with this Jarvan that has been rising in prio for the LPL. It's looking so damn good.
The ability to play with flash timers and a lot of the junglers being nerfed around him definitely have made jungle or Jarvan a big pick. I think also just the fact he played it in the Trundle. If you haven't seen Trundle show his face yet in the series,
God.
Gonna see if Trundle shows up next game as Breathe. Wow,
Okay,
Kanavi made that insane angle look too easy as that
that
Aatrox
was
just melted.
Oh,
boy.
but he's just running out. He still has his GA, by the
GA.
way. And the shockwave coming through as well, potentially forward here as Chris goes in with a big pop blossom, but it's all for show. And the show is no longer there. It has been closed down. The tickets are no longer being sold, and Top Esports have bought the whole block. They're putting on the show, and boy, is it a beautiful one indeed. As Light trying to make one last dash effort, one last gasp of life here for him, but he will go down. The final turret goes as well. There's that shockwave we were waiting for, and Top Esports pushed Weibo Gaming to match point and looking at a date with Destiny and BLG in the upper finals.
Yeah, look, that was really impressive from Top. I really liked that decision, again, to drop the Baron for the 3rd Dragon. I thought, like, that is a game where I think you can do that. Top Esports did it, and we saw why they could. The wave clear between Sivir Ori, too much. It got them in good position for the Dragon, bought them more time. Talked a lot about the scaling they had in their composition. Top was patient in how they waited for that to come online. The only person that was not patient was Kanavi, who made sure that he was making all the plays happen for his lanes to make sure they got ahead, they were in a good state, and they were set up for success to scale into that later game where you could see how one-sided the comps were once we got past the 30-minute mark. With just how much stronger, easier to execute Top Esports comp was.
If he doesn't get MVP, I'm going to riot. I'm pretty sure he still had 100% KP in the end, which is, like, in this day and age of LPL is nuts. Like, that doesn't happen very often.
With all the chaos we have, Bazell, 100%.
Yeah.
One might even argue rigged, you know?
Yeah, true. You're not allowed to get the 100%.
But Bazell, as we dive into the series, I think that I see 2 trends early on. One, post-Otacon for Weibo, bad. We've seen them very poorly recover onto the map, made some poor decisions with that. 2, I know we've talked a lot about jungle. I think Kanavi, Pog, 100% agree. Great game from Kanavi. The caveat that I had of this jungle matchup is I think what changes it is which support would show up and play better on the day. I think Hong has been so much better than Crisp in these first 2 games. Outside of that big glacial fissure that Crisp hit to turn that 1 dragon fight, he's been pretty invisible. He was picked. That started like the 3-minute, we're down men fight that Weibo had that threw them out of the last game. And then those Nico engages were just not big enough. They were not succinct with the team in this game from Crisp to really set up those big wombos that we know that Weibo's comp could pack, what they needed in order to threaten to potentially win that game. Instead, it was Hong and the value of the Karma. I thought that he had a really nice game, actually. Redemption's were on point. His positioning was just solid. He didn't need to do anything special, but he laned very well and then brought that lead in the Karma into the fights where he was big.
And that's been one of the biggest question marks for Weibo all along this journey is, obviously the re-addition of Crisp to the roster, but why Light and Crisp haven't found success together, right? 2 guys who individually have found so much success. I mean, one of them is a damn world champion. But the combination needs to come together. I think some of that cohesion has been lacking, and that's where you see moments like this where Weibo are relying on that combination, right? You're relying so heavily on the Nico to find these counter engages or find the engages nonetheless, and you need the Kaisa to be winning these team fights for you, finding those angles, and that just wasn't possible with the way that they were approached in these fights. So it is a Weibo who are reeling right now, and it's definitely not as close as that series against AL that was just the other day. But it's something where they have to try to reverse sweep now from a huge deficit against a team that is steamrolling right now.
That's a lot of Jarvan damage.
That's a lot of Jarvan damage.
Yeah, that is. When you're out damaging your mid and the enemy mid, who's an Annie, it means you had a pretty one-sided game. So, Yeah. Look,
That
I
damaged the
think
entire enemy team too.
I think that if you're Weibo, like I felt like game 1 draft was actually like playable to winnable, and they didn't execute well enough. This one, I didn't like their draft. It was pretty. We were pretty honest about that one early on, and they didn't execute this one off. I think Xiao did have a very nice anti game. He was pretty invisible on the Aurora in game 1. I thought that he actually had a good game, did his job. Just couldn't win that game. And for game 3, I think again, the difference between Xiaohu in game 1 and 2, I think facilitator versus non-facilitator was better in game 2. I think he needs to stick with that in game 3. Is it a Talia opener? They've been giving Talia, I think a lot of the champions that you can answer Talia with are off the table now. I think that you have to take Talia away from Xiaohu. And if they do want to leave that champ open, what else is Top Esports going to leave open? Because they did ban Annie in game 1, then they left it open, right? I think that they're... In Fearless, you have to give away some OPs to get some other OPs. So I'm just kind of curious what opener Weibo wants to sign up for, as we're expecting them to take the blue side.
Yeah, and I do wonder if we continue to get Top Esports banning away Tien's entire pool here and try to keep him on the back foot, because I know we talked a lot about the impact for support and how lackluster bot lane has been for Weibo, but if Tien can't stand toe-to-toe against Kanavi, and a lot of that comes with the caveat of how the lanes are doing, I know. But what we came into this matchup expecting is 2 mechanical junglers to be playing tug-of-war consistently in these matchups. And right now, Kanavi just looks like his biceps are made out of steel, and he is pulling that rope one way, as Tien did have that good early game in game number 1, but was also very lackluster in this game on the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, I thought game 1, Tien got the best of Kanavi. This game, not the case, as that Jarvan showed early that double kill that he had. Even with Tien getting 2 kills for Light. That's one where we saw Kanavi's game speed up. He did a lot with that, being able to move his gold around, whereas Light was the one that was played into. Tien wasn't able to play enough defense, and yeah, just not as good of a game for him. So I still think Tien's been fine in these 2 games. I think the biggest difference has been Hong versus Crisp, and then Kareem versus Xiaohu in that game 1. And then honestly, just the decision-making from Weibo as a team. Like, that sequence in game 1 was terrible. Just fighting down numbers after Otacon for a few minutes, and this game, I think the draft is really bad. I would not give away Rumble on 3. I thought this is a game you just have to take any Rumble and live with it. Galio was off the table. I think giving away the Rumble, you can't answer a champion into it. So many of the answers were already gone. You opted into banning Sion Ornn, and you were not willing to play Rumble. I think that was a bit of a gambit where Top Esports called the bluff, and getting the Rumble was really big for them.
It was indeed. Top Esports look very dominant here. And that's how I want them to look if they are going to be the ones to go contest BLG, because BLG is just hands diffing everybody they've come into contact with so far. But there's still a complete series ahead of us here. Potentially Weibo finding that comeback here. The reverse sweep needs to start now for some of the most legendary names in the LPL, or they will be knocked down to the lower bracket with only 1 life left. If Kanavi doesn't earn it, I will be upsetty spaghetti. I'm sure we'll be getting that MVP here very shortly, but I just wonder, like, what picks really are the saving grace for Weibo at this point. Like, yes, if some of those big ones that they've been banning away do get let through, I think that's when you can start to question, okay, well, Weibo might find this game, right? But when Kanavi is playing like he is, getting the MVP, obviously, and you're running out of some of those kind of big power picks that auto-win games in a lot of cases, Weibo are backs against the wall in more ways than one, at least.
Yeah, well, I mean, Weibo's going to have to really dig deep. I think that if I'm putting my faith on any pick, it is Xiaohu Talia. We'll see if that is allowed. It has been let through the first couple of drafts, so we're going to have to see if that's the take or not for game 3.
All right, well, I hope we get more than just the 3-0, but Top Esports definitely don't want that in any regard. We'll see if they can close it out here after a short break, or if Weibo can pull us back. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Cubby. We've got Brett behind the scenes, and we've got Top Esports up 2-0 with Weibo Gaming down on their knees, hoping to get back into this series. And it's been a dominant one so far from Top.
What do you think the Weebs pray to, Zell?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it ain't answering right now. That's all I know.
Not wrong.
It's looking a little toughy-wuffy here. Again, you look back to the early part of game number 1, and I can see why they would want to go with an early-based composition in game number 2, but the execution just hasn't been there. And I know we talked a little bit on the tail end of that last game itself, but I think the combinations of what's happening in this mid, this jungle, and this support roles are all super important. I know Kanavi had 100% KP, got that MVP, and I want to see if he continues the trend of just throwing the gauntlet down against TN in this game number 3.
Yeah, I think that for me, like, if I had to boil this series down in a nutshell, I think it's been supportive, and it's been a couple of really bad sequences just post-Otacon. Like, it was a post-Otacon and Weibo just throwing themselves in down numbers for a couple minutes straight in game 1, and then a post-Otacon where Weibo, or Top Esports, I mean, while Weibo kind of struggled to play the map after that, Top Esports just dropped a Baron to take a soul point, not even a Dragon Soul, and made that look like a great call, which it was given the comp. So I think that like really just shows some of the disparity that we've seen out of these teams, how they've made decisions and interacted in this mid game. And we need to see Weibo step up, be better, and find some wins here, or else they're going to be making that trip in a lower bracket as we expected just a little bit earlier into the night.
I am just saying there is no possible way that Weibo don't show a little bit of life. We know this team.
Dude, this looks like a 3-0 to me right now.
This team just,
I know. You're right.
They defy expectations all the
You're
time.
right.
Like, I can't help but not think that.
You're not wrong. I mean, Weibo, they defied expectations beating AL. Weibo as a team itself is just incredibly perplexing. As an analyst, they really do piss you off because you see some games from Weibo and you're like, wow, this might be one of the best teams we have in the world. And then you see some other games like Weibo, like, was I just watching a Group Nirvana game? Or was that even Group Nirvana? You just don't know sometimes. So, yeah, for Weibo, we're going to hopefully get the better version of the Weebs in this next game. They're going to need to show it. I think Crisp really needs to step up. We need to see Xiaohu, I think, sticking on facilitators. That has been what we've seen out of from Weibo in 6 out of the 7 games we've seen from them in playoffs. Yep. I think it's really important for just how the team functions. I kind of landed on that at this point, along for Xiaohu, some of his own performance, right? So I think it's important that he gets something that he can roam and make plays on. We'll see if they lock that down early on in draft. Caliban is already something you're throwing out if you're looking to go Talia.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm teeing up for here. The Pantheon ban over there.
They banned Azir themselves.
As they have done that 2 games in a row now.
Yeah, I don't like that. I think Top Esports have to stick with a Poppy ban. They could drop that, though, if you want to really have Talia be contested. I mean, Poppy, Talia... if you split those up, that actually can get interesting.
The Talia ban, just straight
Talia ban, yeah. No, Top, again, we haven't seen Talia on the pick ban this so far. I think some of the mids that are being early picked or blinded do make life hard for Talia, but now that those are out of the pool, I do think you need to deny this champion away from Xiaohu. As Xiaohu staring like, damn, I wanted that champ.
Damn, I really wanted that champ.
He did. That's okay. We'll see what else he can grab. In terms of facilitators, though, that he has left, it really only is... I mean, you think about all the champs that he's been playing, it really is TF and Morgana that he's played in terms of picks that can kind of get things going.
He brings out the Mel. I want to see the Mel. Do we get the Poppy ban here from Top Esports? Because it might be left open.
I wonder what they're talking about because the Trundle ban.
It will be the Poppy ban.
Yeah, like a Trundle ban is definitely setting up for an early pick Poppy. And okay, so we're going to have a tank handshake potentially. Scion for Breathe, a little bit more of a takeaway from 369 than a good champ for Breathe. Breathe's most played is the Ambessa. See if 369 ends up going for that with the answer into the Scion.
I wouldn't have minded the first pick Ambessa, not going to lie. But it is going to be the Lovers Duo. That was locked away a bit in that last game, at least in the bans. But it's going to be locked in for the bot lane of Jackie Love and Hung.
When you see some of the picks as early as you did in the last game, like it was Orianna Jarvan 1-2.
Yeah.
Xayah Rakan's only good on the Orianna Jarvan team. You do not want to play Xayah Rakan and Orianna Jarvan. You're asking for pain if you play Xayah and Orianna and Jarvan as, oh boy, we've seen Kalista drop off a lot in priority. I will
there's
say
no
the
way.
only AD that has really maintained the Callista
right.
pass has been Love.
Yeah.
And
I will say,
expect
though,
a Renata. Yep.
Light has had, like, especially over on LNG, I think this guy has had some incredible Callista performances. And Crisp is the best, if not one of the best, Renatas in our entire league. So they have extreme comfort for Weibo. And we'll see what top esports get.
Ooh, I would have liked the Mordekaiser for 369. It's probably going to be an Ornn. I think the only benefit I see so far for this Callista, if things do go late, the tankies already being in this game, you know, can get those forever fights where Callista can really benefit. It goes late. You get the Bork, you get the Jock Show, you get to move forever. As there's one of the facilitators being taken out for Xiaohu. No Morgana. Do we see a TF ban to follow?
Ooh, I think TF is so fake, so I would like to not see it banned. I do think maybe some more of that jungle focus.
You know?
Yeah, that is true. That's true. Yep, it's gonna. I was gonna say, there's a couple more gauntlets I feel like that Kanavi has in his backpack that he can throw down. I know Zed has been one that he's really been willing to just throw down and go Super Saiyan on, or sometimes lose the game for the team on. But it's going to be the focus so far. And the Silas also banned away by top esports.
I like the Silas ban. That's a facilitator I didn't mention. Been a good champ for Xiaohu in the couple times that he's pulled it out. And definitely, I mean, you already are able to grab Rakan. Ornn alts can pressure Xayah a lot with those two. I do like that ban quite a bit. I would not be surprised, by the way, if they blind mid here. It'd be very telling for how the series has gone. As Maokai taken away. I think Maokai's just definitely a big pain in the butt for Callista to have that point and click twisted advance. And yeah, I mean,
pick's kind of nuts from Kanavi. I kind of like it. If it does end up being,
I was asking for it to be picked on 3, as it gets
it on 4. It doesn't matter.
Gets it on 4. Doesn't matter. You were correct.
And now we set up for Cream getting a counter pick, which I know you were super enthused about with how Cream has been playing already in the first 2 games.
I think he's gotten the best of Xiaohu. I mean, we could see the Sandra game, by the way, as Knight did find the list pairing with the Fury, and I think it sets up well for Xayah Rakan. As Tien looking at the Vi. It's been taken down a few pegs in priority, but I will say that I think Vi actually has a lot of good conditions in this game. You can point and click and force out Xayah's ult. You do have the denting blows against Ornn is not bad. And if you pair it with Ahri, this is a facilitating mid that while we haven't seen Xiaohu play this one quite as much in this split, we haven't seen as much Ahri in general. Still a pick that's very big for him, bit of a takeaway from Kareem, but you were asking to get Lissandra, I will say.
Okay, Lissandra. There's also been the Galio Prow that we were seeing banned away so many times earlier in the series.
Okay,
but it is the Galio, so we are playing towards Kanavi on this Nefiri. And it's about Jackie Love getting to that hyper-scaling point. Very clear conditions for top esports.
I don't like Galio as much, just because it gives Vi another good target. Callista can kind of navigate this with Renata. I felt that other picks could pressure that more. Thinking of Liss and TF, that's the other 2 answers. But it will be another facilitator secured for Cream, and another potential takeaway from Xiaohu. And definitely, given Silas Morgana bans, they definitely were thinking about Galio. Top esports, right? So yeah, I think top esports end up with a draft more of a 2-threat composition. The tank's gonna be the ones supplying the magic damage, whereas Weibo, I mean, they would love a forever fight with Callista. So I think a lot of this is gonna be, can the Vi Ahri get things going early on and kind of be that bridge to the later stages? Whereas I think for top esports on the red side, their mid-game fight could be really nice. I think Xayah 2 items might be the magic fight for them with Galio early on, as Galio tries to bridge Nefiri. Like, I think Xayah 2.5 items with Nefiri 2 items, like that's the really magic point for Nefiri. I think that's a really important one in this game.
So big 2-item spike potential there for top esports. But this series has been holistically top esports. If Weibo want to come back in this one and not lose their first best of 5 to top esports, they've got to win here. They've got to win now and start this reverse sweep, or they will fall to the lower bracket. Top esports, they are firing on all cylinders. We have seen Kanavi with 100% KP last game, but all of the combinations, the team play we've seen from them has just been next level. So can Weibo stop the tide that is red and all-consuming as we get into Game 3 of Weibo versus Top?
Careful about tides that are red and ever all-consuming, Mazel, on the LPL broadcast. They don't even allow Vladimir to be shown in full here.
True.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
I wonder what they think about other things that are red and all-consuming, but I think I've gotten enough of that on the internet today. As I've gotten into this one. Top Esports, the AI thinks that they have the scaling advantage. This one goes late, Mazel.
Ooh.
I gotta say, I think Callista's Forever fight could be threatening. But the damage does really fall off on Weibo later on, looking at the Viari, so...
But, like, how do you fight? I mean, I'm just seeing, like... okay, we're giving a lot of Otis to Light just being a damn good team fighter, but, man, you gotta be so on your game to navigate these fights later on. Like, everything that you're gonna have to be dodging out of and positioning around is gonna be so difficult.
I mean, he's got Renata. I don't think it's that dire. Like, for me... the biggest thing is that he's gonna have trouble against is Hong. So I think that Hong needs to be marked, because if you get the quickness into the flash and you start the combo from there, then yeah, Callista can get one shot.
Yeah.
But I think your hops can really help you with Renata, especially against Galio, because that's a really good trade from Crisp. Hit the double E, and Hong is gonna get threatened. Almost goes down.
I talked about these guys, the comfort they have on the Callista Renata. Maybe not together when they made those comforts come true, but here coming together for Weibo on the bot side and needing that consistency to stay stable for Weibo. And we will see the top to bot clears for both junglers.
Kind of as is tradition so far in this server. As... should be TN if these junglers do meet early. Nefiri just kind of has to play defense. You're looking to poke and prod around with your Qs and the pets. Whereas Vi, looking to connect with the Qs. Any jump that Vi can get on Nefiri can be good, because of course Nefiri can react to the vaults coming in, right? So, going up.
Yeah, the fact they have 2 ways to get out of the cease and desist is going to be really interesting to watch. I think there's going to... I mean, obviously at this level, the mechanical checks are super important, but I think in this game in particular, there's a lot of execution bars and thresholds that need to be met, as we will end up seeing our junglers come to a close with their first clears and end up on bot side with a potential spicy 3v3.
TN's first clear was really fast, as Vi saw some changes, but TN being able to wrap up around before 320
He's going to be on the
big.
ward.
Yeah, he can kind of walk in and he's going to push Kanavi to that secondary crab.
Oh, wait, but Xiaohu has first move here. He's going to use the untargetable there. He is going to be able to fight out Tian. Xiaohu coming over. Doesn't have any extra length here to join the fight, but the Scuttle Crab looks like it should go the way of Weibo. Xiaohu's going to get jumped on by Kanavi. Just take a little bit of bleed damage there on the back end from the Darkened Daggers, and it will be a trade of the Scuttles.
So I know this one looks a wee bit goofy. I think this is okay, though, for Kanavi, because, like, that skirmish, it jails Xiaohu. So look at mid. Kareem was able to get that TP off. I know that Xiaohu has decent conditions for now. His TP back will be better. But if they're able to kind of keep Ahri jailed, then you actually buy some space for your Nefiri to function. And we'll see if Kanavi can do anything with that.
It's been doing a lot this series, so maybe able to do that, as Chris going to get caught out a little bit. Some return damage from Weibo as the 2v2 kicks off yet again, consistently in the bot side.
Kanavi
will eventually get the backs going, and Kanavi going for the fight on Tien, as Tien will end up getting the Gromp and try to go through the untargetable of Kanavi. It will just be Kanavi rebuffed from the invade, and the clear continues for Tien. That was without a back from Kanavi, by the way.
It was also without a back, though, from Xiaohu, and I think that's what kind of opened it up. The fact that mid is going the way it is. Xiaohu cancels his base again. Now, he will get back in TP on a decent wave, and he's going to be the much stronger mid when he does get back out onto the map. So we'll see if this leads to any dragons, because we do have the first reset coming out from the Callista Renata. So this will force the enemy bot lane back. And yeah, that's all they need in order to start up this dragon. So Vi with the denting blows, Callista Renata with the strength they have in the first base they took. This pretty much locks up the dragon for Weibo, because they're going to take a very early dragon. Well executed from them.
earliest dragon of the series here. And it's actually going to feel really good for Weibo. But I guess my next question, or next set of questions for Weibo, is once you hit this level 6 for Xiaohu and a little bit later for Tien, I need to see that going off every single time the ultis are up. I want to see them be so proactive with that combo to really set themselves up for success.
I mean, it's one where it's going to get online here pretty shortly, Mazel. 6 already in for Xiaohu. Cream can play defense as well. But yeah, I'm interested with the swap, you know, how that changes things up here. As of course with Sion, whenever you can find those 1v2s, can be quite nice. And especially with 369 actually opting for a cloth armor himself, maybe expecting to get swapped on, as bombies can sometimes really mess up your last hitting. Going to be a little bit of a interesting lane state here, as we will have some different lanes with the Xayah and Rakan landing into the Sion, which they cannot move. Breathe is going to get everything here.
So do you try to swap back out of it, I guess? I mean, the grubs are coming up in about 1:15.
If you want to play grubs, you have to. I'm not sure if top esports want to or can play grubs. That's where the strength of Iari is going to be very big. And again, the Fury, you're really committing when you pick the Fury to play on a 2-item timer. Your other timers just aren't relevant. They don't exist. You are not really a champion on the Fury until you get your first item, and you aren't really powerful in the game until you get your second. And then you can take over games later on as the Fury, but it's going to take a bit.
They're going to try to kill him here. They might end up getting him in the end as well. The lethal tempo is stacked, but he is just too damn tanky. Goes ahead and gives out a hearty chuckle as he pops a biscuit. And that's just going to be the push priority going the way of top on bot side.
Yeah, that's what it takes to move the Sion, and they still couldn't fully move him. So Bree's going to be able to soak most of what's down there. And it will be Xayah Rakan maybe trying to pull off a little bit of a cheeky base as Hong is TPing, or channeling that one early. He does have teleport, so with the unskilled spellbook with TP, a potential to maybe have at least Hong interact with this top grub spawn. But I don't think they want it. I'm still in the camp as top esports. Like, you got to drop and very much commit to being disciplined, to wait until 2 items to fight.
They're going to TP Hong into the mid lane. Jackie Love takes a brunt of damage just walking at Xiaohu there. They are going to position around this grub fight, so they said, no, we are going to go for it, as Weibo had taken 1, but top esports looking to clean up the last 2.
Top esports have done this, I think, all 3 games in a row. They can't get away with it every time.
Jackie Love? He just walked straight into that one. Xiaohu's going to try to take him down. He got the heroic entrance coming through, but it gets denied. Cream can't move, and Cream gets the spears out of his gut. As now here comes the unstoppable onslaught onto Jackie Love, and I think Jackie Love just had the biggest flub of the series right there, as Kanavi's going to go down too, and Weibo look to strike back with a double kill for Breathe.
I mean, I didn't think the fight looked great for top esports in the first place, and when your marksman walks up to a control-warded banana brush, and that's the start of the fight, well, things are not going to get much better. As
so confused.
Sadly, Jackie Love has an old-school Jackie Love moment. What? He's already kind of chunked because he forced his way into mid. And, I mean, this is on the team a little bit, because like, they look for another chunk in the Xiaohu. Kareem technically could have been standing maybe in a better spot to give him a little bit more vision. It's just split call from top esports. They didn't fully commit to contesting that last grub as they fight over grub 2. And, yeah, they get punished for it. As Breathe TP'd in, that also bought enough time for Breathe to TP in the first place and actually connect with the rest of the fight. And Weibo said the Viari needed to get things going. Well, top esports really helped Weibo get things going there, Mazel, as they have a pretty big lead now.
Yeah, and now they can just snowball this. I mean, we have Dragon coming up in about a minute. Hung's going to miss his grand entrance, and a handshake's going to come down on the Cream there. We'll see if that Summoner Spell payoff comes through, but they're just going to take the engage as the Decimating Smash comes through, and Tien's going to get bailed out here. He won't, though. The reset comes through for Kanavi, and Kanavi's coming alive here. He wants to carry the game. He gets the heal back. He's going down now as the spear's ripped out with the Rend. Light is getting a double now. He's looking for a triple. He's got the forward hand as he gets locked up, and Jackie Love, he can't get him. That's a triple kill. Make it a quadra kill for Light, the leading man of Weibo.
The opening of the fight was actually pretty good for top esports, but again, talking about how their comp doesn't come online until 2 items. They just lost out on 1 fight. Some conditions were down, which I think opened up opportunities for them in this one, but they're fighting with Xayah with no ult, no flash, And with the Fury only on, well, not 2 items yet. So while the opening goes well, because they kind of outplay it, they have numbers here. Yes, that doesn't connect from Hong, but they still get the flash from Crisp. Cream has a really nice Justice Punch here on the buffer. Watch this, buffers that, so they can kind of collapse on Vi with a phase rush. But Light, again, gets the condition of the Forever fight. There's just not enough damage from Top Esports to even get close to getting through this Scion, and while they're able to fight around the Scion, they can't threaten this Callista, because Breathe is keeping the backline off of Callista. He connects, and when they reconnect here, really good flash from Light, who had that Summoner spell still up, uses it very well in this one, and cleans up the fight for a quadra kill for himself. So that's a 6-0-1 Callista, Mazel.
Yeah.
And I know a lot of people, you know, Callista priorities dropped off. The nerfs, we already saw Callista kind of falling off. Feels like she's just falling off everyone's radar. Any champion, I don't care who you are, you start a game 6-0-1, you're probably going to look good in that one. Light Callista,
I would say so.
With this start, that's a pretty scary one.
That is terrifying. The largest advantage that Weibo have had this entire series is Hung going to get caught out, and TES just keep taking these engages, keep finding themselves on the wrong side of these fights. Where did the Top Esports go that was dominating the map in games 1 and 2 completely almost?
Just don't have the damage at the comp yet. You're going to keep on trying, though.
Oh, Kanavi tries to get that damage down. Can's going to go down, and Light steps up. And Top Esports going to bite the dust yet again. Although Kanavi will buy some time here, Xiaohu should be able to run him down. He's going to try to buy enough time to die to the turret, but Xiaohu will just run him out. And Cream is losing a bit of a trade on the bot side until Breathe takes a couple tower shots.
Yeah, Breathe used his ultimate to chunk out the Galio there. As Cream continuing to do his best to fight through those waves. We'll say, while the fights haven't necessarily been going Top Esports way, there's a 4K gold deficit still on my screen. Some shutdowns have been traded out, and some shutdowns specifically to go on to some members. Kanavi is the only member that has a lead for Top Esports thanks to those shutdowns. And he is now approaching what is a second item Black Cleaver, Mazel. So this will be a Neferi that is going to very much be online at 2 items. The question is, will Top Esports still be somewhat in the game at 2 items?
And I think that goes back to your point that you were talking about with the emphasis really being on Hung. Because if he can find the quickness combo with the grand entrance, you absolutely have enough time to take down Light. You got even enough time probably through the bailout. But that has to be succinct. You have to be on your P's and Q's for the team. And so far, Top Esports have been left a little wanting in this game number 3. But we'll see if that ends up coming to a head here. Xiaohu will predict that Cream was waiting in the bush, or that somebody was waiting in the bush, and some preemptive pressure around this top side while we have about a minute and a half for the Rift Herald.
You don't want to...
oh, Xiaohu.
Decent shout. He still has the ult, but so he's going to be 2 U's. So trade ults. There it is.
There's the quickness. There's the blade caller. They take down Light here, but the bailout, and he's bailed out in full. Go ahead and give him the sum check here as Light takes a double.
So that's the play that Top Esports can look to make, because Light is not running Cleanse and it's Redemption Rush on Renata. But in the 2v2, it is the health of the barrier and the health of the Redemption that makes sure that Light can stand strong through the bailout as he gets his life back. And Weibo going to take that mid-outer turret as this map is just all theirs. And the attempts that we've seen from Top Esports to get themselves back in this game have just not been good. There's really no other way to put it, nothing else to say.
I mean, I feel like they don't need to be doing this.
They don't?
They just chill, bros.
It's actually mind-blowing. They've given the Scion team like all the win cons they want. I mean, the Xayah, you take a really long time to get online into a Scion, as we're going to get another look. Again, guys, Light doesn't have a cleanse. So Jaculov, he flashes, both flashes used there by the bot lane, but that redemption from Hung was early enough. On Crisp, redemption was early enough. Bailout was just in time.
Literally just in time.
Handshake went sideways. It actually went through Light. He was trying to shake the hand of his marksman, saying, "Look, brother, I got you. We don't even need this spell. Some other spells were so damn on point." Light lives, makes for a happy coach, and Top Esports is even further behind.
8-0-2. He's going to be close to second item at this point. And they've got the Rift Herald as well. 2 dragons. They're off to a blistering start, 15.5 minutes into this game. They're even get the top turret here as well to add to their collection, their treasure trove that they've built up in this game number 3. And this is much more the capitalization that I like to see from Weibo. Even if some of these calls from Top Esports are questionable, it is about how Weibo have responded that gets me a little bit of opium.
And for Weibo, I mean, the series they played against AL, so many one-sided games, thinking back to that series. The only one that was close was Game 5, and that still ended in a 5-4-0 team fight, and the next is falling right there, right? So, I think we've seen Weibo. I mean, there have been a couple attempts. I think they went for a very early game-centric comp last game. They just didn't connect with it. This one's a little bit more traditional. Because I think the pieces of the Vi Ahri, like, just the guaranteed playmaking you get from the Cease and Assist and the Spirit Rush. When you have a Kalista behind that, well, you have a front line that can tank plenty of damage and create a lot of distractions. I feel like this comp's a little bit more on point for Weibo. Whereas that last one we had a lot of issues with and kind of saw those come to fruition throughout the game. This is a comp that has been proven to work in past iterations of League of Legends. While it might not be as strong now, it still is one that's cohesive. And with Top Esports playing poorly into it, it's giving Weibo the strength they need.
Yeah, and that's all that matters. Like, on paper, they can mean one thing, but in execution, it can mean an entirely different situation. And we see that unfolding before our very eyes. Soul point for Weibo on a Cloud Soul as well.
Take on that Scion. You got this.
You got this, Cream.
He does not have it. He's got help behind him. But if I'm Breathe, if I see a Galio Justice punching into me, that's only done for one reason. That's making things more volatile. Because guess what? That never benefits the Galio at this point of the game. So, see if Breathe is on top of it. Xiaohu and Weibo understanding that, well, they may not see the pressure on the top side. They've been playing hard on the bot side. They're the ones that have Soul Point secured. Now an outer turret secured. And a Rift Herald that's secured. One outer with a crash on the inner. Some hella value there.
Yeah, they have 2 grubs too.
Top Esports, just no response.
No response indeed. Very different feeling of this game number 3 compared to the last ones, but a lot of praise needs to go Light's way here. Yes, a lot of teamwork as well. I think Crisp has saved his life. But when you grab this Kalista Renata, we both were kind of question marking. We're wondering, is this really the pick you take on the last-ditch effort? But it is. Light, when he was on LNG all those years, all those crazy runs that they had, right? It was always a situation where he would be willing to go for this Kalista pick, go for lane dominance in the 2v2, and they find purchase with it.
Light has been playing a lot of his classic champions, even the Kai'Sa. I mean, got to think back to Worlds. He had one of the best plays on Kai'Sa. As Light, I mean, is someone that we haven't really been singing the praises of this split in the LPL, but still one of the better players that we have.
I mean, this is a first-team All-Pro ADC versus somebody who wasn't even on the list.
Yeah, man. I mean, not on the list, but still, as we said a lot, form is temporary, class is permanent. Light has that class that can match up with Jackie Love and the rest of Top Esports historically. As, ooh, more Horizon focus coming out from Xiaohu.
Yeah, you've been liking the new addition?
I mean, I think that it is a much more viable option. We definitely saw Shanks take advantage of it in an Orianna game. I was not expecting that.
Is her Q 600 range? Yeah, I guess so, right?
It kind of. I mean, you can throw it out and walk away, which then is 600 range with your W and R. So, Ahri, everything is far enough for the range. But what I like, I mean, it's AP and ability haste. That's what Ahri likes. You don't want pen on Ahri. I never liked the Andres on Ahri because their AP ratios are actually quite good. So take advantage of that. I think Horizon Focus gives you what you want as Ahri. So, big fan.
We'll see if fandom matters in this situation. 2 items for literally everybody, which feels really good for Weibo Gaming and just continues to propel this advantage as Kanavi dodges out of Tien's engage. Nice counter engage there on the other side from Breathe as well, and you can't dodge away a second time, Kanavi! Oh my god, it is just hell in a handbasket, though, as a big heroic entrance comes through. Now it's Hung and Jackie Love that are the big focus, as they're going to try to get the combo. They do end up taking down Tien, but now they're in worse for wear on the back end of it, getting the flash out of Breathe. Jackie Love will flash to safety. The rest of Top Esports with Cream and 369 holding the front line here, but this could be at a con. It looks like they are pinging it.
Crisp actually popped heal. I'm going to wonder if he actually elects to take Smite. He did in the spell book.
Oh, wait.
Cream
That charm
gets
actually connected.
chunked. It did, and that means that Cream's going to have to TP back himself. So Weibo...
But they started at a con. What?
They did. Yeah, they popped the heal. I don't think it's a real one, though, as the health bar is just aren't there.
He's going to die. Okay, he's fine.
And look, I'll say, like, as we look through this fight, I know that Kanavi can't dodge out on 2, and he goes down early, but conditions for top esports weren't terrible here, as the Weibo might, like, kind of barely overextended into this. I think if Kanavi actually kept on walking backwards, maybe could get a puff to block the charm, but Light took a lot of damage off of the brittle stacks into the heroic entrance. It was pretty big from the Galio, actually. So Jackulov does his best to try and navigate this one. It was kind of a weird fight for him. He did live in the end. Hong couldn't find Light, but is able to find Crisp. Or, sorry, Tien. So, I don't know. It's just kind of a giant nothing burger. Top Esports didn't close the gap, and Weibo still have a lot of good conditions for themselves to try and lock down the Soul.
They were trying to think about making a Xiaohu knows. He's too experienced. He knows there's something in that bush. They know there's a control ward there, but it's all about the prep for the dragon.
Yeah.
Set up around this one here, as there's a lot of summoner spells down, and Weibo feeling absolutely favored here. Kanavi needs to have a pop-off moment if he's going to survive here, if they're going to keep this series in tow. As 369's getting low. That's the bailout use. Jackulov going to go for the play, as they do end up finding the back line. That's 369 down. Heroic entrance on the other side. Top Esports have decided to make the play. They're trying to get Light, but he's still getting bailed out, and you try again, but you continuously fail, Top Esports, as game number 3 is all Weibo.
Yeah, I fear that I saw Callista at 6-0-1 about, what, 10, 11 minutes in, and guess what, Mazel? That Callista is going to win the game. I know it's shocking. That Callista is winning a game of League of Legends, guys. All it took was 6 kills early on, and a little bit of light action. As Top Esports, look, I think the Top Esports tried to play the way the Top Esports likes to play in a draft where that draft couldn't play the way the Top Esports usually likes to play. And this ends up being the end result.
I guess I don't know if I agree with that, though, because I just think they made some stupid decisions. I think there were some absolutely boneheaded decisions that they made that this team should not be making.
No, not with this draft, but they make it with other drafts. They made it in other games. It just doesn't. It didn't work out this game. As the draft just warned it. As I'm just watching this Ornn get one shot throughout the duration of this replay. As poor 369 is the conductor of nothing, and sadly this game. It's a valid attempt in the backline to try and get Light. I mean, trading your AD for the other is decent, but I fear bailout value is a little bit too much, you know. Maybe in Top Esports comms, they're complaining about how the bailout's a basic ability, how it should be an ultimate ability, you know. Hopefully vibes are still good. I have no idea. This game's done and dusted. We're kind of talking about Nada here.
This is over.
As Kanavi, yep, can't even get his red buff.
I am like absolutely stun-locked that Light has somehow in a professional game in the upper bracket of playoffs for the LPL and Split 3 is 11-0-6 on a Callista against Top Esports. Now Tien is going looking nuclear. A little bit backline, yeah, and Light giving a little bit of a answer to Jackulov's first 2 shots across the bow with game 1 and 2.
You know what Light's saying right now?
What's up?
Light the fuse. Throwback to one of the great slogans and monikers we have for international events here. League of Legends history.
Incredible.
On the flip side, Top Esports.
Nostalgia.
Yeah, Top Esports. They need to take some notes after this one.
Oh,
sorry,
nice.
Sorry, they need to take notes after this one, yeah.
Yeah. We
take notes!
God, that's still so funny.
Whenever I hear that slogan, I cannot get Raz out of my head just screaming out, take notes, like, out of context. I told you everything you needed to know about that one.
Honestly, it did. Great memories as Weibo making some memories here. And I'm just going to say, they didn't want to go quietly. They hadn't lost the series to Top Esports, and they ain't looking to start today, Cubby. Lost the best of 5 at least.
No. On the flip side, Mazel, in Global League of Legends news, T1 versus D+ is going to 5. Sure, you'll find that one surprising.
We don't, you know, it's blasphemy, but it's okay. We'll let you off with that.
I think, given where the game's at, it's very relevant as TP's coming in.
Oh, Top Esports ready to put their face into the meat grinder here. They give it one last go as a charm connects on the back end of it, and Cream ends up falling immediately as the bailout comes through, or at least the hostile takeover as well. And that's going to be so much damage flying Top Esports' way. The Feather Storm Blade Collar combo will not get you out of that today. And that is a full and total clean ace for Weibo Gaming in game number 3.
Well, you know, Mazel, I think that this game would be great to show children as parents. That sometimes decisions that you make earlier on in life have consequences later on. I feel like that's the motto I picked up from this one.
That's the lesson from game 3.
It is.
Every game has a lesson.
Everything matters.
The little things.
It's about, yeah, the little things, they add up. Top Esports.
Dude, Xiao has 24 stacks on his Magi.
A lot of little things went wrong this game. As I don't even know where to start with this one. And at this point, this game's over. Nice hostile takeover from Crisp.
I don't know why. I just have that walk up from Jackie Love stuck in my head this entire game.
It hurt. It looked rough.
That was a toughie. It's all been toughie, but honestly, I knew this was coming, right? As like, there's no way that Weibo goes so quietly when we saw them kind of grit their teeth.
Yeah.
And I think it's important to highlight that this has been the story for Weibo. They all of a sudden just muster strength, muster courage, find wins, and they find themselves at the top of the conversation more often than not.
I mean, this is a team that I think frustrates its fans at times, given that it is a team that while they do end up at the top more often than not, the road there is spicy. As
they actually find a little bit of a pick.
Xiaohu hits Jackie Love style, though. Wow.
Wait, Xiaohu might go down. 3-man! Oh my God! A triple kill for Light, and that's the end of the game. Get them out of here. They need an ambulance after this one.
This game was a little one-sided, a little too easy. Weibo took a comp that was cohesive, a comp that would have been Thanos in eras of leagues past. Not so much in this era, but they made it look like Thanos. Light started the game with a quadra kill. He was sitting at 6-0-1, and they never looked back.
This might be the largest gold lead I've seen this year in the LPL. 20,000 plus gold lead, and Weibo, they have awoken.
They were bathed in green, man. They called their shot coming out on stage. They're going to bathe themselves on green in and out of the rift.
True. They're swimming in the money.
Mm-hmm.
Scrooge McDuck style. That's not green, though. That's gold because it was gold coins. But
good reference still.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll give it to you.
Top Esports, I don't know if you want to look at the coaches' cams after that one, but they're not going to be happy. As a coach,
honestly, you can write it off. Just be like, guys, we're going to talk about how we played that comp tomorrow. Because at least the perks of Fearless Draft, you can talk about the big picture stuff, but like specific champ stuff, it's like, okay, we got to throw that out the window and think about next game. Look, I think that if we do see Top Esports take a comp that requires a little bit more time, I want to return to the Top Esports that was giving up Barons to take a Dragon's Soul point and then realizing like, hey, we can scale like this. You guys can't do anything about it. I think that the scaling like wasn't as clear of a path that game compared to game 2. I don't want to make this a one-to-one comparison, but what I'm getting at is that we saw Top Esports make really smart, disciplined decisions to make sure they were fighting on timers and conditions that were good for them. That game, we saw all that go out the window. Top Esports elected chaos, and Weibo Gaming took advantage. So, yeah, that was a rough one.
It was indeed a little bit rough and tumble, but maybe that's how Weibo likes their games. As I do foresee them being on red side this time around.
Really?
Top Esports is going to be, yeah, it's crazy, right?
It is actually the perk of going up 2-0 is that you get a game 4 and 5.
At least on blue side.
On blue side, yeah.
Question, if we can, Brad, if you're there, if we could bring up the predictions really quick, because I do want to bring these up, because I'm not saying I'm right already, but we're getting to the point where there's a large group of us that might just be right. If Top Esports can pull back this next game, it would end up in a 3-1, but you take a look at the predictions cross-board. I know you expect it to go 5.
I had to align myself away from the community, you know? I can't prove myself as a superior analyst if I'm just always going with what the community thinks, Mazel.
Is that how you think?
No, actually, it's not. It's actually dangerous to think, but it is something. It is. Funny
I've heard it's
go on that
dangerous
line.
to think on broadcast. I have heard that. Yeah. That's why I get told that all the time.
Well, then I might have one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, which the government would very much beg to differ on.
Just
but,
like
hey,
cleaning, stuff at the bottom of the ocean. Just like
if it's dangerous to think, top esports were very risk averse in that game. So there's that too. As that gold graph in this game, that game was only going one way. It was the way of the weebs.
Oh, that was so good, Cubby.
Yeah.
You're a genius.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a bit of a tumble. Again, might be the largest gold lead I've seen all year.
That's I see 21,000 at the top of my screen
that's
there.
Insane.
That is insane. It's a big number.
And it was an easy to execute comp. It's very much easy to execute when you go 6-0 up for Light. There's no way he doesn't take the MVP for this one. And I needed to see this kind of performance from him. That's what I was begging for, coming out of game 2 even. And just asking to see this bot lane step up. And step up they did on some comfort picks we know them well for.
Yeah, and I mean, as we go throughout the replay of this game, Mazel, we're going to see Weibo.
I don't want to see it again.
Playing the picks that look damn good for them. Don't worry, we already skipped over
this
Jackie
was
Love
already
walking
when
into the
Jackie
brush.
Love walked into him.
This was the second fight that Weibo decided to take right after Jackie Love face checked the brush. And this one didn't go as well. The Renata value, the Callista value.
And the resets with the
and
Ren,
the Scion
it's
value.
just brutal.
And look, you're trying to fight through a Scion as a Xayah with a BF sword. Or like Essence Reaver components. That's just... It's not going to work. It's not going to work.
Oh, man, this one was backbreaking. They are like milliseconds from getting this kill. Like the Crisp had just come into range.
I mean, that also, though, redemption value. I see a redemption used on blue team, not on red team. Again, guys, redemption provides so much value as an item.
He also had heal, by the way. I don't want to call out Hung too much there, but he also had
heal.
Didn't use.
That's nice.
Yeah, he didn't use it.
He
didn't use it.
Oh, he didn't use it? Okay,
Yeah.
that hurts. That hurts. I did see Light use his barrier. That was nice.
True.
But again, guys, redemption in these fights can be early on in the game, be up to like 1.2k health for your entire team. That is a ginormous difference maker if you're getting that item a couple minutes before the enemy's support. And your carries only have like what 1,500 health mid game. Like that's a ton of health you're adding to your team. So I think that redemption, if redemption goes unchanged, I think one of the biggest talking points for Worlds might legitimately be who gets redemption first. It's not quite as impactful as like the Ardent meta that everyone thinks very poorly upon. Whereas I argue that was actually one of the best Worlds we've ever had. Which I know that, dude, Season 5 Worlds was a banger, man. It really was.
Was a banger.
It really was. It was a great tournament. But yeah, I mean, a lot of that tournament came down to like who gets Ardent first in the games, and then how hard can you drive that lead home. I think we're seeing some of that with redemption. Like I've seen teams take fights off of redemption completion or redemption diff. It's pretty undeniable the strength that this item provides you when it's completed. It doesn't matter what support you're playing. Everyone is rushing redemption. It just feels like community or just pro player sentiment is that it is way too powerful as... Look, I know that Light put up the boom boom damage, but I think Breathe actually made pretty good case for himself to be the Pog, even if it's not going to be him.
There's no way. I'm sorry, dude.
Dude, the Scion was massive in every single one of those fights, by the way.
But don't disrespect my boy Light. That's all I'm saying.
I'm not disrespecting. It's just it be what it do, you know.
It be what it do. We'll see who gets that MVP, but an incredible wake-up performance from Weibo themselves. I'm just glad we actually have a series on our hands. There you go. 15-0-9, 7,000 gold difference at the end of the game. And only his second MVP of the season.
It's what we call a boom boom damage incarnate, though. It's like, that's
rightfully so.
Anyway, if you couldn't tell, we're kind of tired of talking about this game itself. So
it was insane, man. Like...
20k
what
gold
do you do against that?
You go to game 4.
Yeah, apparently top esports are now going to have to recoup themselves, as Weibo have gotten themselves into the series at least, but they still need to win every game from here on out. We'll see if they can after this short break. Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Bazell and joined by Cubby. We've got Bread behind the scenes on the sticks, and we've got Weibo, who make this a series. They will not go quietly into the night, and they find a game win over Top Esports.
Yeah, it was a comp that looked a little bit outdated and might have actually drawn back to a Weibo of years past. As I know these players, there's a lot of pedigree. We haven't seen Weibo be the same team historically. I know they're the 5th seed that's coming off of an upset against the Split 2 champs in AL. But AL, that's the only team that Weibo has beaten above them in the standings throughout this entire season. And that was the first time they beat a team above them in the standings since week 2. So this is still a Weibo that has they've had their struggles in the summer here. And still a Weibo that's looking to now having to win 2 red side games in a row to topple Top Esports and win the series. That's a tough ask.
Pantheon's still open. It's going to be an insta-pick. Absolutely. 100 times, Kanavi will grab that one. The big bands over there on Top Esports' side focuses are the mobility out of the mid lane with the TF and the Talia, but the Poppy staying there from that blue side band.
I think it's going to be... I think it's going to be... Maybe I'm looking at Rel, I'm looking at Nautilus as like these 2 big supports that are likely to be handshaken. I'm just curious if your Top Esports, you kind of have the option here. Do I want to take one of those 2 on 2-3? Or I'm going to opt for another weird game. I think that if you go Lucian Nami this game, it's hard because you might get Nautilus. And you can open up some pretty good lanes into that. This is still a game too where, we have the Morgana coming in for Xiaohu. Could be flexed with Tien, but we'll see.
Bro, I want to see a jungle.
I mean, this is where
Black Shield into the Pantheon. Maybe he was pulling the bait the entire time. He's like, I know you're going to grab the Pantheon.
I think Jackie with Smolder could be really big this game. Or a Senna. We've still yet to see a lot of Senna. But with Ambessa showing, big pick for Breathe, his most played. Going to be a 369 Yorick to answer.
Okay. Don't mind that too much. I can appreciate the side lane pressure that he's going to be having and that catch out potential that the Pantheon throws into the mix with that.
I mean, if it's Morgana mid, Yorick destroys that thing in a side lane later on. Like, Morgana can't do anything except delete waves and pray. Okay. I thought it was going to be a Cream Hui. I actually quite liked Cream's Hui when that champion came out. I thought it was one of the mages that Cream played quite well. His Victor's been fine.
More scaling for him. But he actually has damage this time. I still think it was a weird left turn. I know it was like compositionally good, but the Galio.
If I'm Weibo here, I would take Nautilus or Rel and then go from there. Like ban them out. Find an advantage for yourself in that support pool. Instead, going to be the Trundle.
So it is going to be the Morgana mid or potentially support for Crisp.
Trundle? No, it's going to be Morg mid. If there's no way that thing's Morg support. Not unless they pick Nautilus for whatever reason and open up an actual angle for it to go down there. Yeah. But it looks like topside's locked in. A lack of magic damage later on, potentially. Just given that Morgana, it's very conditional with the pool.
I really liked... we've seen Xiaohu already play the Morgana this playoffs itself, but I really like the utility it brings for the rest of the team already.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't exactly work out in their game. But
it didn't. But the utility is nice.
It is, but also the ult. I think the ult, like, they've given a lot of quality of life changes to Morgana, and that ult is diabolical. It is really strong if you're able to connect with it. Yeah, it does a lot of damage, so.
In the ADC bans here, Cubby. We got the Jin ban.
Again, if I'm Top Esports, I kind of want to set up for Smolder. And Bess is the only thing that deters me from playing something like Senna or Smolder this game, but I think having that, like, backline free fire, and then I just can't imagine playing Morgana and the Smolder later on in this game. The spell shield just really has no value against that champion, and if you kind of have to play up and in range as Morgana. If you're getting queued and getting hit by the team, I think Smolder's ability to play out with a Nautilus is big.
Okay. They're going to ban away the Ezreal.
Dude, they left up.
Does Weibo just take it? No. Right? Maybe?
No. It's so funny. They left up both Naut and Rel. I mean,
I'm sure those will just be picked up, right?
If I'm Weibo, you can think about blinding Nautilus here if you really want. It pairs with Morgana really well. You get depth charge value.
AD counter pick for Light.
Yeah,
I think that too.
I think Blind Naught's okay.
Nope, neither of them.
Blind
We're
Leona,
going
same
Leona.
idea. Yeah, same idea.
So now you get your choice of the Nautilus and the Rel.
We've seen Nautilus really fall out of priority, just given Spellbook, and he is paper thin still. So Leona with that W brings a little bit more tankiness and opens up the Spellbook. Same with Rel, who did not suffer the same nerfs that a lot of the other meta supports did.
I like the Rel here. I think it provides some of that kind of peeling potential, but also like
Shield
secondary
break?
engage.
I believe the shield break does take away Morgana E, even if it does not stun, which might be a unique interaction later on.
All right, so now let's see what does Jackie Love get his hands on here to try to bring this one home for top esports. With the way the fates have worked for Weibo, you do not want to go against this team into game 5. Somehow they always find a way, as Zeri will be locked in for Jackie Love.
I like that answer a lot. I think that's a really, really good pick. You get, man, just that E-dash, being able to use that into Ambessa, into Morgana, into Trundle, into Leona. You get max value from that little E-dash. I like that pick a lot. And look, I think a light Aphelios, like, I see the value of it here, but you're still going to get range gapped by Victor. Like, having to play that into Pantheon with no help could be hard, so he goes to the Vayne. Oh my God.
My absolute GOAT. He says, we aren't just going to sit back and let Jackie Love get to the place that he wants to get. We're not going to let this guy get comfortable. We're going to take a little bit of 2v2 shenanigans, but also Vayne in a late game is a hyper carry.
Wow. Man, that's an interesting one. I got to say, the spell shield on Vayne could make for very big plays later on. Like, this is a hyper carry that makes up for a little bit of the lack of damage that Morgana can bring to the table. I'm concerned. The Aphelios, I was concerned about it being kind of range gapped by Victor and Zeri. Vayne plays better into that. Condemn gets really high value into both Pantheon and Rel. If used well, you only get one. You get high value. I could see some of the logic of a Vayne pick this game. Even being able to like queue out of a Victor Laser, or more realistically, queue out of a public execution of Ambessa. That could be very big for avoiding that connecting out of the backline. So we'll see if Light is at his best. He was at his best playing the Callista. Now he's got, instead of hop, skips, and jumps, he's got tumbles on the Vayne. Yeah. We'll see if he's on point with those.
It's funny, he was hovering the Aphelios. That's his second most played champion. Very big comfort pick for him, but he goes for the Vayne that this is going to be his 9th competitive game on, but definitely fits the tone, at least, of trying to get this advantage in 2v2, not letting Jackie Love be free of any harm. And this game number 4 is important. I mean, Weibo want to keep their lives alive. They are backs against the wall still. They have to win every single game from here on out, but it just seems like the Weibo magic is starting to come into force as we get into this game number 4, the Gios Roar for Top Esports and Weibo Gaming. Man, they're alive this time. All of a sudden woken up a little bit more chipper.
I hope so, man. I mean, the Weibo just dropped a spanking.
Oh, God. Okay, well, he's fine, but he did burn the flash. That's a bit unfortunate.
Gonna have to see now if he... okay, he's gonna be all right. It is the Comet on Xiaohu, not the first strike. A little bit harder to get the first strike going. We have seen that a little bit, too. Kanavi is gonna need a wee bit of help. He did start the W. So Hong going to give him that help with Jackie Love. Be a little bit late to bot. Shouldn't matter, though. Zeri's goal this lane is to jail the Vayne. Going to try and get Light to miss some CS. Light should miss CS. As, Cream pulled the wave. Xiaohu, I believe, picked up... Oh, he missed experience. He missed experience on that creep. So he is down a melee creep of experience. Is very significant mid, actually.
First Vayne.
I think you casted that one, Sal.
Yeah, I did. It's first Vayne in 781 days for the bot lane ADC. And last time was none other than Uzi when he made his stint on EDG. That run that almost was, my God, I was heartbroken when that all ended. But here is Light trying to evoke the spirit of Uzi. We'll see if he can do so.
Wrong skin to do so, but that's all right. We'll see if Light's able to have a connect.
Oh, actually going to connect that early fight there. The Silver Volt's going to start stacking up there.
I'm a little surprised that Top Esports just straight up... I know they had to help Pantheon, but I'm surprised they gave the wave. Now, Pantheon is clearing away from them, and Trundle is clearing towards them. I think that might have an impact on it, because I think in isolation, I'd expect the Zeri to really punish the Vayne. Because the Q auto attacks, the Flurry, and your ability to play the wave is just a lot greater than what Vayne can bring to the table. So I'm a little bit surprised at how this matchup's going early on.
We saw that as well. Jackie Love hadn't played a Zeri this split so far. He's going to be willing to go with that hyper carry team fighter here in this one. Still really, though, want to put a little bit more of an emphasis on what's going to be happening in this jungle. We will be coming out to our full clears, and it will be opposite side starts, at least for both these junglers. This time around, for I think the first time in the series, but the Pantheon's been let through, man. The gates are open. This pick that's banned all the time, literally almost every single game of the LPL. What can Kanavi cook with it?
Kanavi of all players too, right? This guy was our Split 2 MVP. And Kanavi...
Like, do you even get practice?
Do you really need practice on Pantheon, Mazel? Like, let's be honest. I mean, no, but Kanavi, I mean, his ability, I think, to impact the map. I think, again, Kanavi is at his best when he is able to play quick, efficient League of Legends, right? He's looking to strike fast, or clear camp, strike fast, scale up, all that good stuff that efficient junglers like to do. And on Pantheon, and your clear slows down, but your ability to make plays on the map only speeds up as you get more points in your R. So we'll see if Kanavi is able to use that to impact the map and use some PvPing to get some lanes going, get himself going, and especially looking at that bot lane. Because, of course, there is only one Condemn for the Vayne to deal with the Rel and the Pantheon specifically, the two champions that will really be throwing themselves at Vayne throughout this game. And
that's where you can counter the conversation a little bit with what Tien can actually do in these situations. Not only is the pillar going to be super big value, we see the 2v2 attempted to be kicked off by Top Esports as Kanavi was seen on the ward there, but Tien is no slouch from skirmishing. I mean, the Toronto, we've seen why it's kind of risen in priority this split as well, all the buffs coming through, but he will be able to skirmish pretty heavily.
No, absolutely. That's a good shout. And if Pantheon and Trundle do meet, if Trundle gets the long fight going, I mean, we've seen what can happen when those chomps steal away the AD, and eventually that stolen AD leads to melting some health bars pretty quickly too. So
I'm just imagining that cinematic of Trundle and Darius fighting in that like frozen tundra.
That was a good one. The League has a lot of hits in their history when it comes to cinematics. That's a good one. My favorite is always just the Scion, though, the Awaken one. Scion is so big.
I know it's an old one and it's not as nice compared to all the others, but the Nautilus anchor from, like, I don't remember what season.
I think it was the same one. I think it was the same one. Or it was a while back, yeah.
It was a long time ago. But the like size, the like gravity of the anchor and everything. Oh man, it felt so cool as a League of Legends lore lover. But we're getting a little bit of lore here as Tien's going to be spotted out as he exits the jungle of himself, going for the dragon. And this side that's going to be a pretty early dragon, just like last game from Weibo Gaming.
Mid prio, bot prio, and Morgana pool definitely works overtime at taking these neutral objectives, because every tick of Morgana pool on the neutral, well, you get that cooldown back. You can see Xiaohu a few pit stops to make sure that that dragon could be helped out with as that gets taken. And yeah, again, I think the biggest surprise for me is just this bot lane early. Light has 3 points into Q, and he's really used that to at least get some damage into this Zeri. It's been really nice to see, actually.
I mean, if you're going to pull something like this out, in knowing that, you know, it's your upper bracket lives on the line, I think you need to be extremely confident, and he's playing with that confidence right now, as we do see Kanavi posturing for a top lane play on the breathe. He does have the ulti and Tien right behind him, but I love to see that pressure early going. Kanavi, go for the flash play, the execution! Ooh. Kanavi, you're so damn clean with it!
Well played. Breathe had already used the W And the only way that he could have played his way out of that one is if he buffered that flash W with a public execution of his own. Maybe he's able to get on the other side, keep him under turret. Then it's a maybe. Not going to be the case, though. Even a level coming in could not stop him from getting executed by Kanavi and Pantheon's passive. As that is a play that connects for Kanavi. And guess what? He got access now to that Grand Starfall. So we'll see what lane he chooses to impact next. Is a TP from Weibo coming into the top lane. That's going to be Crisp of all people.
Okay, I like it. And
so it's Spellbook TP, and it's grub time, baby.
It's Grub-ageddon on the line. I do wonder, though, I guess if we talk about that fight, the Grubs, especially with these level 6s, I mean, obviously Tien's in-fight subjugation is going to be much more impactful than the Grand Starfall, but Kanavi's got to find that entrance.
Yeah, and again, has to play around the Condemns, play around the Vayne. I think Vayne is the target that they're going to have to find. The Silver Bolts can do some work.
There won't be no Vayne up here this time, and there won't be contest from Top Esports either.
I mean, again, this is, I think what happens when there's a Morgana in the game. Morgana brings so much strength mid at this time of the game versus the Victor, who doesn't have, only has the E-Evolve, as we just saw.
Okay, Tien gonna try to get this last one. He gets the chop. All 3 Grubs go to Weibo.
Now
Cream. And then Cream gets completely caught out. They get the CC chain, though. That's Magnet Storm on top of it. The Chaos Storm not nearly going to do enough damage right now, but Kanavi might be able to do so. Look how much CC is coming down, and we talked about the skirmish power of Tien, and Tien is just swinging that pillar. It truly is the cinematic, and we are going to 5, Cubby. I called it in the break, as that's a huge lead for Weibo.
That may be. I mean, again, I just don't know why Cream's walking there. We were just talking about how Morgana is so much more useful than the Victor at this stage of the game. And Cream, like, just straight up kind of walks in and dies. I think that he also had poor Victor mechanics during the fight. He didn't use his R, the Storm. Watch the Storm. I mean, first off, like, that's just not worth it, man. If you flash early, it's a maybe. But his R, it doesn't stay on the Xiaohu. Like, it kind of weans away. If it stays on the Morgana, maybe they get enough damage to open up for Pantheon to execute. I know that Xiaohu flashed out, but I think that he didn't use his R well either. Drop the fight, just kind of let it wander after just getting straight up picked. And Cream, again, the player that I feel like for Top Esports, this team goes as far as Cream will take them. I just don't view Cream as an international mid laner, whereas other mids in the LPL, they've proved that they've toppled Cream. In this Top Esports squad, I mean, Cream has not had the best international performances. He's had good domestic ones, but he's also been shaky at times. And Cream, he's going to need to step up a little bit here, because I think the Victor can be the difference maker against the Vayne later on. Once he does scale up, get the access to those Evolves and the Lasers, he will be a problem, and he does have a free lane against the Morgana, but he just gave away a freebie to Weibo, and that's the problem.
He did. And a little mini MVP for that fight, I got to give it to Crisp, man. That guy was kind of smurfing on people, getting so much CC down, and unfortunately that just means Kanavi wasn't able to do his work.
Hey,
and
man,
that is something that Crisp is going to continuously be looking for.
Crisp Leona, he won a Worlds playing this champion.
He did. He did indeed.
There's a lot of Leona in that world, so I've never doubted Crisp Leona. It
is pretty dominant. So 2 games in a row where they get extreme comfort for Crisp here, as well as we do have our first item spikes coming up. We obviously have the Rod of Ages completed already for Cream, so he'll be stacking that one up. Sundered Sky for Kanavi. It's a big unlocking point for the Pantheon. But there's going to be rebuttals coming from Weibo, as we do see the clips already completed for Breathe. Immediately public execution.
Yeah, there's a big item discrepancy, so Breathe going to try and use his item advantage to get any sort of advantage against the York that he can. I mean, this Maiden has been standing pretty much this whole game.
Oh, he got him.
As Breathe finally takes it down. 369 will get a base in, but he's going to be really big once he gets back out onto the map. Issue for Top Esports, they're posturing around this dragon right now, and I still feel like Weibo is the stronger comp.
369 does have the TB advantage if they want to pull this one. He did stick around top side.
He's got a base. Like, he has no items. You cannot TP without a base with those items.
Oh, and now Weibo just pulled the trigger onto Kanavi. He blocked so much of the damage, and Top Esports tried to cut off Crisp. Luckily, Light was threatening on the entry side of the river.
Cream kind of zoned him off, too. I think that was a nice gravity well placement and a good laser. So Crisp goes too early, and that's
they're just starting it.
That's good for top esports. I mean, again,
Breathe.
369.
Breathe. He's coming in on the flank. Chris just goes in instantly. Light goes ahead and goes invisible, goes damage mode as they go in with the gravity well, with the Chaos Storm, as now they actually are free firing onto this backline. Xiaohu has been caught out completely, and top esports have put their hands on their keyboard and mouse and pressed the buttons here finally.
I mean,
as they take multiple kills away from Weibo.
Yeah, they are able to do so because it is an abysmal fight from Weibo. I have no idea why Weibo took this fight, by the way. They had no conditions that were good for them diving into this one. 369 was able to base and TV back. He got the shop off, so he went from double longsword to a phage and 1,200 gold behind him. He TPs into the middle of the fight. And again, it's no public execution. It is no solar flare. And we're throwing ourselves into a control ward where, like, what are we fighting off of? What's the ideal? Hong has a brilliant engage in the back half, too, as Jackie Love gets to flash forward, play aggressively on the Zeri, and Trundle doesn't get the value out. Morgana gets ran down. There's no public execution on Ambessa. They didn't set up for a one-shot. All the tools they can use to set up for a one-shot were not available. And they just allow top esports to get a fight off they want and get into the game.
And Jackie Love, I know he didn't get any kills off that, but he just completed his Untals and his boots. So Zeri's going to be feeling pretty good at this point. And it's only going to get better. Although I will give it to Weibo. They are only one objective away from getting the feeds, or the first turret will also claim that for them as they go for a play. Chris going to burn his flash, as now they get the public execution onto the back line for an exit. And to the Hex Gates they go. Bree, the big fan of Arcane.
But still, we're using our tools to get out. For me, early on in this game, Azel, I mean, it just puts more pressure and more of an onus to see what Light can do on this Vayne pick. Because it's going to be a two-threat comp later on. I mean, Trundle might be a bigger threat than Morgana later on in this game, with just how conditional the damage is on the pool and in Morgana's kit. So I am concerned. I think that Weibo, like, the power curve that they drafted for it's very skewed towards the early game, Marcel. And the fact that the game is even at this game state is only going to be advantageous towards top esports later on. As I just think that they have a comp that's easier to execute on my screen. And man, that engage from Hong in the last fight was huge. And again, Chris just didn't have the tools to pull it off. Solar Flare down, no public execution. I think Weibo just played way too quickly around this dragon.
Top esports feeling comfortable, but now maybe a little bit of uncomfort, as we will get the Rift Herald spawning in about 15 seconds. I do see a redeploy coming out from Weibo. Maybe they don't want to contest this one, as it is headed towards bot lane for the most part. Kanavi just going to start this one up on spawn, or at least keep a little bit of presence around here. Tien? Yeah, Tien has gone all the way bot lane. There's not even anybody bot lane for them to go get. Lack of information, and that'll just be a Rift Herald for free to top esports.
I mean, this could easily be a series, Mazel, where like, I'm looking at a 3-1 for top esports right now. I think this game stays so good for them.
I don't want to say I predicted it, but
you did. And it could be a series where, like, we look back. I mean, the one game that Weibo wins is the game where Callista gets 6 kills 10 minutes in. Like, that's not. It's a win, but it's not a straight up win. Not the ones that we've been seeing top esports being able to consistently find and replicate.
All right, 1v1 between the mid laners, but in top lane, Redemption's gonna come in. That's not fair. The tag team, the ref wasn't looking, and the tag team came in. That means Cream is all by himself, and Crisp is gonna come in. Where's the ref coming? Oh my God, they're gonna catch out Jackie Love too. Okay, he is gonna be okay. He's gonna use the Ultra Shock Laser. He's gonna go in. Now he has Kanavi at his back, at his steed. And he's gonna do Solar Flare back. Kanavi in trouble. Tries to get the execution back on him. Light was there just in case to punish.
Okay, good play by Xiaohu as he steps up and takes down Cream, who this Victor, again, needs to be the difference maker later on, has been set really far behind in this game. As that is concerning for top. And a good fight there for Weibo, Mazel.
Not too shabby, not too shabby. A little bit of life in the tank here, and they do have a small advantage. I can't believe Tien just made it through that X gate. But that's impressive to see, because I do still think that Weibo have really good avenues in fights moving forward. If they can find those big picks, if they can find those separations, their lockdown is impeccable. I mean, that's what we saw Kanavi kind of fall prey to earlier on in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Pantheon is a pretty one-directional champion, right? Definitely vulnerable to black shields, and those bindings can be tough to hit, but if you're synergizing with the Leona or Pantheon, I mean, again, when he W's in, you can... That is a very telegraphed ability. You know exactly where he's going. You can throw a Dark Binding in that direction, right? And try and find ways or areas where you can try and catch him out. So, see if they're able to do so. Xiaohu looks to be going for a Giant's Belt next, so maybe a Rylai's second behind this Morgana.
Okay, I like this.
Maybe.
Good.
I don't love it, but we'll see what
no,
he ends
no,
up
we don't
with.
love it. Okay, I'd
I'd
take
rather
back
not
my
have
statement.
Rylai's, yeah.
All right, take back my statement. Dragon is coming up, though. That's my next statement. As Top Esports are point and present, TP's coming in from Weibo. They want to fight. Let's go. Solar Flare going a little bit wide, though. They go on to Kanavi. Kanavi's in deep trouble, and he will go down. That's a big pick from Weibo, and that's exactly how I wanted to see them play out these fights.
And this is part of why I'm so frustrated at Weibo with the last Dragon, because they can make a fight look like that if they play it well, right?
Cream.
And, I mean, Crisp is alone.
Yeah, not
But he's
really,
getting
though.
some
He has his
CDs
entire
out.
team coming here, and that's the
Oh,
flash
Xiaohu.
play from Xiaohu with that ulti you talked about. Won't
Two
be able to
flashes.
find the damage in the end, but that's Dragon to Weibo.
Okay, I do like that a lot from Weibo. They got 2 flashes in the back half of that. That's well worth it. As now, I mean, this is a game for Weibo where they secured... Did they secure that Dragon, or are we bugged here on the LPL? They got that Dragon, right, Mizzell?
I thought so, yeah.
They did. Okay,
They did.
Hex,
Yeah.
the timer's not off in the top right, and it hasn't showed up in the top left.
Small, you know,
top right. Sorry,
spaghetti code.
Making sure.
Fine. Spaghetti
All
code's
right.
fine. Also, they didn't get triggered on the feats either. They should have the feats too.
They should, but again, and this is nice from Chris. Just a really solid find, and that's well chained. You can see Xiaohu throwing that Dark Binding right where the Leona stun was
Oh
at, and
my
Xiaohu
God,
another
dude.
find on this Morgana. This time it is Jackie Love Zeri. He had no flash, had no cleanse, and he goes down mid. I'm wondering if Chris flashed on him to set that one up, but that's massive for Weibo, Mazel.
5 games. 5 games. 5 games. 5 games.
Oh, yeah. Look, bottom right. It is Crisp. Hex Flash directly on the Jackie Love. Dark Binding connects. That's what you take the Leona Morgana to do. The Merc Treads are starting to come in, but no Merc Treads there on the Zeri, so no defense for Jackie Love. And Mazel, you might be right. 5 games incoming. As Weibo on the red side need to continue to play fast. I think the fact they set Cream so far behind in this game is going to be really significant later on. The issue is that the one person they have not set behind is that York. And we have seen what York can do in the side lane and stretching out games and, you know, buying time for the team. So we'll see if 369 can be that menace to stretch out the map. But at the moment, it is Weibo trying to draw Top Esports to them as they're hitting the Otacon.
Yeah, with a 2,000 gold lead, they are in the driver's seat here, and they are trying to drive off into this game 5. About half health on the Otacon. Top Esports move in.
They can manage the waves to the best of their abilities here, as Xiaohu does have the pool. They're trying to funnel some of these waves into Light, too. I mean, if there's an option of who gets the gold between Vayne and Morgana, I'm taking the Vayne. So, Light going to be hitting level 12 off this wave, and it does look like Light going to go for that Hex Plate again. So, taking advantage of a lot of that tech today, Mazel.
Kanavi, you can't be walking like that. He's just going to get CC chained. They aren't going to be able to find the damage, though, as the Redemption comes in and re-heals Kanavi. Counter Redemption used by Weibo as well, but Otacon, he's seemingly picking up the Weibo flag at this point, as Top Esports want none of that. They're going to try to reset off of that in the end. Nothing else comes of it, and we still have the setup here. As I still see that the Alliance bugged from that last Dragon. Okay, I don't know, we just like teleported to an alternate dimension.
Dude,
and everything's fine.
I was so locked in, I noticed the UI was off, Mazel.
Yeah.
Noticed that one early. It's not actually that. It's the fact that it's 5:20 in the morning. I don't have any coffee left, and I saw a Dragon be taken and the timer not changed, and I was like,
Brain.
all is right in the world, right?
All is right. All is right. We aren't seeing things here, but we are seeing second items come through. So I want to talk about that next setup for these teams, because the Rallies has come through for Xiaohu. They're going to be pretty strong on these next fights.
Breathe with the Ravenous Hydra is the interesting one to me. That's definitely a pickup that is to go up against Yorick, as you need lifesteal as Ambessa, and that Tiamat item, you can use that to clear out those duels kind of quickly. I gotta say, I think for the 1v1, I kind of like the item. It still is an Executioner's on 369, so the healing's not going to be that significant, but I can see the idea. Not having Shojin, though, is going to be very significant, because that item is just so abused by Ambessa. But you can see, like, the logic of it, dealing with the Maiden, the lifesteal, like, Breathe is able to keep himself topped off and actually fight the Yorick. So that is not how the matchup usually goes. So there are pros and cons to the build we're seeing here.
And it goes to that point you're saying, a little bit of comfort goes a long way, especially for Breathe, grabbing that Ambessa. We wanted to potentially see it earlier into the series, but hey, as long as you get it out when it matters most, and right now it matters the most for Weibo, as they do still find themselves up in gold, about 2,000 gold up, and we will have a little bit of a lull in the action at this point, and I think that's going to do well for the side of Top Esports with some of that scaling.
They do. That said, I think a fight now for Weibo is still good. If I'm Weibo, sure. I mean, we're getting to the point where this dragon's spawning shortly.
I don't. There's a timer, but the on map.
I see 5 seconds, but I don't see it on the map. Like, it should be showing up on the map now. Okay, there it is. It did show up on the map.
Okay, it just isn't there. It just spawned in. All right, we like it. Keep the casters in the dark. That's what we love. Top Esports moving around the Atacon now, though.
They're going to try and pull Breathe in. Yeah, they get Breathe TP from this. I don't know if they're going to stick to it. As Xiaohu, those pulls. Look at Kanavi. Oh, my God.
Dude,
okay, maybe Rywise was the tech, man. That pool was... Holy cow, that pool was deadly.
Atacon going to get one more cast as it goes back to reset. Things calm down for the moment, Cubby, but we're getting set up for the Dragon. Already, Weibo starting it up.
They can melt this one. I don't think there's much of a defense here.
Oh my God, Top Esports, you gotta stop hitting the Atacon! They literally just keep aggroing the Atacon. They just lose the priority on the Dragon. What did I just watch?
I am dumbfounded right now.
That is blasphemous. Like, Jackie Love, bro, you cannot hit the Atacon.
I mean, Tien didn't even burn Smite because they were thinking they could do Atacon themselves. Not able to pull it out, but yeah, that was a good call, Mazel. I mean, they had to burn the Redemption just to heal up of Atacon damage. So like now that's no Redemption for an Atacon look. We've seen how significant that ability is. It might just be a return to the scene of the crime for Weibo, and I think conditions and things are still okay for them. For me, seeing an Executioner's calling on something like a Vayne right now too really tells me that they want to fight now. Like that's 800 gold where we need heal cut. It's not an efficient item unless you're looking to apply it to champions, right? So I still feel like Weibo, like it makes sense for me that they want to take these fight windows now. And we'll see if they're going to be able to do so.
They're setting up for some pick potential into Top Esports' red side jungle. They're actually surrounding Jackie Love, going for a little bit of deep warding. The double ward coverage there, but they are just moving as a group. They have like the double support combo of Xiaohu and Chris walking around to set up the successful pieces, and they're going to start up the Atacon too.
They're trying to get Cream's TP out. I mean, if they get that, that's big. They have Crisp.
Have we seen a good Grand Starfall?
Jackula ate a Dark Binding and is at half health from that Morgana.
Here comes the Grand Starfall. Kanavi has the chance to make the difference here. Can he get this? He has had the better of Tien. He does. Atacon secured, and now Top Esports, they have come to play, and they are not going to hold back. They're going to throw punches left and right and center. The Haymaker. Jackie Love going to flash away for Breathe. He's going to get the 3-man knock through, as that's going to be a really massive play from Xiaohu in the end. The Dark Binding, was it enough? It wasn't enough for Weibo to stay here. They're on the wrong side of Albuquerque. They should have taken a right when they took a left, and that's light going down to Kanavi. That's a full clean house besides Breathe, and Top Esports take back control.
And Atacon might have just doomed another game globally here, Mazel, as it was first Top Esports. They had the burn Redemption to heal up and try and contest the Dragon. That failed, but then it's the Atacon start for Weibo that leads to a Kanavi Grand Starfall in. Pantheon Smites are really tough to beat as Trundle, as his combo with the crit passive can just way outdo yours. And now Top Esports are going to turn that into a Baron, and honestly, a decisive advantage for a comp that has the scaling advantage for me in this game. Is Hong even getting a little cute with that? Tien going to drop the ward, but he doesn't have a flash. He can't get in.
He doesn't. He can't even get.
He can pillar it for 1 HP.
The Hex Flash. Or Hex Game.
He can smite through that. Yeah, he could.
Yeah, no, absolutely,
that.
absolutely.
That was clever.
I like it. I actually really appreciate it. Now he's going to move over to get this turret down.
That was well
have the extra grub sieging power and trying to delay the Baron push from top.
That was actually well played by Tien. I like how they navigated their way out of that. That said, it was still pretty grim here. I mean, you cannot blame Weibo for starting this Otacon, by the way. Jackie Love is at half. They forced Hong out. They're trying to get Cream TP from the top side. But they just
I literally just asked if there was a Grand Starfall.
Yeah, no, they can't compete with the smite. And Xiaohu taking this way means that he's so late to the fight. Cream has a good TP placement in, but look at Light and Xiaohu's positioning versus where top's at. Yeah, Jackie Love's a little bit behind, but the damage that came out from Cream in this fight was so incredibly significant. Yes, Jackie Love gets dealt with, but the Victor does not get dealt with. And that's a Victor that was very behind in this game and still really making his impact felt. Yorick, too, his 369 was a beast in that fight. And yeah, the solo laners of Top Esports, very strong, bringing their might to that fight and making sure the Top Esports win it.
And just a little shout out is Cream. Okay, now getting caught. He's gonna have Kanavi behind him. Kanavi's on 3 items, by the way. Look how much damage he just did as the Chaos Storm's coming out. The Soul Shackles will go a little bit wide. TP coming in a little bit late. Kanavi trying to set up on a Crisp. Gets the 1 kill to Jackie Love. And now it's off to the Ramparts here as another's gonna fall. Tien is gone, and Top Esports, they roar triumphantly in this game number 4.
I think that's game. They're going to take the inner turret and can turn to take the dragon whenever they want. That denies the soul. I think Hextech soul is necessary for Weibo to match the scaling of Top Esports at this point. As the push continues, no creeps left besides the cannon, but that doesn't help with the turret, and that might just be Top Esports retreating to that dragon. They really need to secure this one. If you give away Hextech soul, that is a critical mistake to make at this point of the game. So, going to use the Baron to ensure they lock this one down. Mazel, as Top Esports have successfully stabilized and gotten the lead.
They have, and we take a look. You saw the stats highlights there. But this combo of Kanavi and Hung, they have been on point. Besides game number 3, a little blip on the radar, if you will. But they have been dominant, moving around the map, constantly putting pressure. And speaking of pressure, Breathe is feeling it now. And he will feel the pressure of Jackie Love's aura as he steps into the bot lane. And down goes the top lane of Weibo.
That Ravenous Hydra not helping out in the 1v3. As, I mean, Top Esports, I think they just win this one out soundly and easily now. I really don't see a way that Tien and Weibo can play defense. This Morgana has been so incredibly outscaled by this point of the game. It really feels like this pick is just useful until like after Otacon, and then your value just goes down a lot. Like you're just there for Black Shields and follow up on Vines. You're just not the same champion.
They're just trying to bait the fight here, and now over the wall Jackie Love goes. Jackie Love in the conversation for potential MVP of the split, stepped up and knocked this one out. His Zeri, the hyper carry you could dream of, as Top Esports, they look like their dominant selves once again. What was game 3? We may never know, but Top Esports handled Weibo from top to bottom in game 1, 2, and 4, and here they are set up for their destiny date with BLG in the upper bracket finals as they put the final touches on this game number 4. Breathe has nothing left to give. Light is down. The final man, the Vayne, didn't work out. And Top Esports rise to the top against Weibo Gaming.
Knight going up against his old home again, Mazel. It's quite the story here over in the LPL. And we're going to have to see Top Esports again going up against BLG. BLG looked pretty good last night.
It did.
I think this is a pretty one-sided series for Top Esports. Frankly, I still have them advantage going into BLG because I give that on the Kanavi over either jungler that is starting. But we'll see what happens with Cream against Knight. I think Knight has been on a tear for this entirety of the year. And he is still the mid laner to beat in this league. If you handle a rookie like that, then we do the same against Cream, who I think had a couple of struggles today, but hey, that Victor in the end did say that he was going to have to be the difference maker. He stepped up with the rest of scaling at Top Esports. They secured the 3-1 victory.
Yeah, man, way to do it. They just had to give us a heart attack in game number 3 itself, and that guy right there, that's who I want to talk about as well right now. I mean, obviously, Kanavi had an incredible series. I think he actually still ended up 100% KP in this game number 4, or at least very close to it, but Jackie Love has been having an insane split, an insane year for the most part, except for some of the lackluster moments for him. And I know there's all this conversation about what's going to be happening for him in the future, but I'm just happy that we still have this guy trying to push his limits all these years down the road, trying to push back to that point where he says, I got lucky in my first year. Getting that high, I'm trying to strive to get back to there. I think we've seen a little bit of that push from him.
Hey, man, since then, he's been a star player on the same team. I think he's played at a really high level domestically. Obviously, him opening up about his health issues, too. I mean, shout out to that guy, man. These pros are grinding so hard day in and day out to make sure they're in peak form for themselves, for all the fans, for everyone. Jackie will opening up about those battles as an elite player for so many years. A lot of players suffer through those and you never hear about it. So props to him. We wish him the best behind the scenes. I know that Jackie Will was big in that game. I actually want to talk about Hong. I thought that Hong, for me, might have been the MVP of the series. Just the differential between him and Chris throughout those 4 games. I really feel like it was Hong-sided for the majority.
Okay, I appreciate it. I can see the impact as well. I mean, helps when you have a Kanavi leading the way. No, I mean, I give Hung his roses.
The 3-man Rowan Gage.
So. Yeah.
3-man Rowan Gage. He had 2 that were game-winning in this one. That I think really dictated the game. What was it? Even the Rakan, I thought that he tried to play well from behind. The Alistar game was massive, too. It wasn't a Pog, but he had really big turnarounds in the Alistar game. And then game 2 was kind of a stomp across the board.
What I like about your point, though, is that this guy, for me, coming into the series, was the weak point. I know you were talking a little bit about different points on that.
I thought Chris was the weak point.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, I think Hung can be absolutely taken advantage of. I gotta say, the community voted for this guy as a top-tier support in our LPL English voting for the All-Pro. I'm not a believer. We were wondering, is this guy going to be the truth when he came into top esports, when he replaced this star-studded lineup in a lot of ways?
Look, if I wasn't a caster, I would have voted Mako and no one else for supports. I did have Hong on my ballot, but I think that Hong's been quite good. And, you know, I think that a big part of the meta being jailed, meaning it's 1v1s and 2v2s. Yes, we have swaps here and there, but like they're pretty normal / dictated, right? Like teams just know at this point. It's not like swaps from the start. A lot of the variance that you're going to get in these games, it's from jungle and support. And the jungle support duo, I think, is dictating a lot of these games and series. For me, Tarzan and Kyle were the one jungle support duo that could match the LCK teams in Split 2, and we saw them do that internationally. For me, I don't think there's a single jungle support duo that is good enough for me to send internationally quite yet, but I do think the better one won today in Kanavi and Hong. I thought that as a unit, they played much better. And because for me, I thought Tian had an okay series. Disappointing series for Chris. He was not a really big factor in the first 2 games, which I thought really hurt Weibo Gaming's chances. So, again, I really am looking at a lot of our jungles and supports. I think we're seeing a lot of creativity in the meta in terms of picks there. I've seen a lot of series decided by who can pilot assassin junglers better and who can pilot like a Bard, a Karma, or a Nico better in the bot lane, right? As those are the few games that you're getting where you're outside the standard meta. Are you able to play those picks to as high of a level as everyone else? I've seen a big difference maker in that for me. Yeah. So I thought that Hong was really good today. I know that he's not the most popular member. He's the newest member, and supports don't always get talked about. I feel like that was the biggest differential out of all 5 roles, was Hong over Crisp, looking at top esports. So shout out to him.
Yeah. Okay. We give the shout out to Hong. Maybe he even gets MVP for this one. I have to say, how are we feeling from the Weibo draft perspective? Like, I do feel like there's a world where they ban Pantheon. I don't know if it matters in the end. I think there's still a lot of powerful picks there, but I feel like they tried to cook a little bit with this one. Are we happy that they're trying to cook here? I mean, they still have another life.
Look, biggest thing for me with Weibo's drafts, I think that if I'm a team playing into Weibo, I am denying Xiaohu as many of those facilitators as early in the Fearless games as possible. Because like him playing the Morgana, look, I thought he played the Morgana well. Like he had some good angles, some good finds. But this champion, it's just not as strong as others. Like I think that your windows to be good are it's very early game skewed and very narrow. And when you look at Xiaohu's other champs that he's able to play, like the TF, the Silas, the Talia, the Annie, I'm so much more scared of those. And I thought a really smart part about this series from Top Esports was the Annie game. That's when they used their Orianna. They never let him have Talia, and they took away the Rise from Xiaohu himself, as he is a fantastic Rise player. And Cream played that pick to a really high level. You got the Pog in that game, right? So
yeah,
if I'm a team going into Weibo, I think that my #1 priority is deny as many of those facilitating mids from Xiaohu, especially the high tier ones, as possible.
All right. I think there might be a game plan to approach Weibo moving forward. And Top Esports beat Weibo for the first time in a best of 5. That's kind of nice. I know that's going to be a little bit of a tip of the cap to Weibo. Maybe that tweet's going to come back to bite them there. But now we can obviously wait for the MVP to come through. But really talk about that Top Esports versus BLG matchup. Something that, honestly, I am so excited for to see, as BLG have just been trying to hands check people, and it feels like they're back to themselves, and Top Esports starting to ramp up a little bit themselves. So it just feels like this clash that's bound to happen.
Yeah, dude, I swear to God, man, BLG is like playing Cult of the Lamb every split. They just have to sacrifice a jungler to be good. And yeah, they did it with Shadow, who had the...
They let him come out, say hi to the crowd. They gave him some waves. They're like, hello, Shadow.
The one-game sacrifice.
Goodbye.
Yeah, BLG, they go back to Beishuan, and yeah, it has been good for BLG. I still think that I'm seeing desync from Top Esports, and that concerns me a lot, because I don't think that I think BLG is a beatable team. I think that Top Esports isn't playing quite good enough for me to be confident about them actually beating BLG at the moment. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I think Hong got robbed, personally, Mazel, but props to Kanavi.
Kanavi, my goat.
It's for the Otacon steal, you know.
Dude, he had an incredible series. Besides game 3, when I don't know, Top Esports just
I
lost
think
their
he
minds.
got mad gapped in game 1 for the first 20 minutes, and then
for
Weibo
20
through.
minutes, and then he literally won every single smite fight after that. Like, yeah, that happens, but yeah,
I think that's
I don't
more
know.
on the teams than him.
All right.
Good series for Kanavi. Still been great in
Good series
playoffs.
for Kanavi.
We'll see what I mean.
Good too.
He's going to need to be great against BLG, because that's where the advantage should, in theory, be for Top Esports going up against that team. So yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket here and catch up on exactly where we are. Billy versus Top Esports for the first person to make it to the grand finals, Mountaintop, and potentially locking in Worlds here as the top 2.
Ooh. Speaking of which, Mazel, I'm gonna hype up our game tomorrow for JD Gaming versus Edward Gaming. Folks, the loser of that series is eliminated from Worlds contention. That means that they cannot make the Gauntlet regional final that the LPL has, that happens after the grand finals of Split 3. Again, the loser of JD Gaming and Edward Gaming are eliminated from Worlds contention. Now, I favor JD Gaming in that series. I think they're going to take care of business, but man, if that team were to be eliminated from Worlds contention,
that would be crazy, man.
Now that would be a very, very big story in the LPL. So definitely one to look out for. Also, on the
promise. Yeah, I promise Billy Gaming is not also in the lower bracket.
Check the
logos.
logos.
That is anyone's legend.
That's the Pandas.
Versus NIP. Yeah.
See if Doinby can perform a miracle and remove the bracket of AL, as the winner of that faces IG, and that's a tough one. I'd much rather face Weibo than IG after the series that I've seen for the past 2 days.
But I'm just sitting there looking at that lower bracket. I'm like, oh my God, I'm terrified. Like, AL, if they win that, have to go against IG to be eliminated. And obviously championship points come into tow after that. But
welcome to the LPL, man.
I can't believe it. The upsets in round number 1 mean something.
While the LCK perennially has been the region to beat in League of Legends history, I do think that LPL, they've always had the very sound and reasonable argument that there are teams that do not make Worlds that could compete for top 8 or better at Worlds. LPL has always been a deep region with the 16 teams we have, more at times. And yeah, it always feels like we have more than 4 teams that we can send to Worlds that can compete. Definitely the case again this year, even if we haven't seen the cleanest of teams or series.
They got time. They got a lot of best of 5s.
They've got a lot of gap closing to do if they want to have me do any shoeies during Worlds. So
it's gonna happen.
We'll see what can happen there.
It's gonna happen. Cubby, it's been an absolute pleasure.
I will spit in my shoe before. I will.
Yes. I can't. It's got to be your golf shoes. One last big shout out. Thank you so very much to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, and Forrest Without. Pledged financial contribution.
The streamer?
Comes to, yeah, it's crazy. Contributions help level up the broadcast, help give us the upgrades to the packages, help pay all the volunteers that make this project what it is. And we're getting towards the end of the year, which means a lot of broadcast days down. And still some to go here. So if you want to support us, go check out the coffee.
Yeah, please keep supporting LPL. I would love to know the head count by the end of the year of how many volunteers actually helped out with this product. Because I think we're getting close to triple digits.
It's going to be a lot.
We're legitimately getting close to triple digits. Shout out to producer Bread behind the scenes today. We haven't seen Bread in a while. Came in, got our new graphics package, and did great. So we have so many people that help us behind the scenes that you guys don't even know about on the broadcast. Just so thankful for them. And for all of you that support us, especially the ones that stick around until this point. We hope that whatever you watch next is, not quite as good, but hopefully, you can still find good places.
I'm still sad we didn't get to go 5 games, but it's fine. We had 4. We at least had my prediction be right with the majority of others, and the Discord, by the way. Go check out the Discord, but it's an absolute pleasure. Big shout out, obviously, to Brett, like you said, to Cubby, you yourself, to our mods and our socials team for the night as well. And we will see you for more LPL action tomorrow night, same time, same place, and we'll see you on Summoner's Rift.